Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Tonight, we embark on a peaceful journey through the life of Friedrich III, the liberal emperor who bridged two worlds during one of Europe's most transformative centuries. From 1831 to 1888, we'll softly explore his upbringing between military discipline and intellectual curiosity, from his earliest days in the magnificent palaces of Potsdam to his revolutionary university education at Bonn, his tender courtship of the brilliant Princess Victoria across 2 countries and 4 years, his marriage that became both a love story and a political partnership, his celebrated yet reluctant victories in 3 wars that unified Germany through blood and iron, his frustrating decades as Crown Prince watching Bismarck build a Germany he could not recognize, the slow-growing cancer that destroyed his throat and his dreams, and finally, the tragic 99 days when he ruled as a voiceless emperor before death claimed him at 56. Before you drift away into peaceful slumber, please take a moment to like this video. Leave a gentle comment about which part of Friedrich's story touched you most, and subscribe to keep these soothing historical tales coming your way. So cozy up, close your eyes, and let these gentle whispers from 19th century Prussia lull you into restful sleep. If you're new here, welcome to the Sleepy Crown family. Friedrich, later known as Friedrich III, German Emperor and King of Prussia, entered the world on a crisp autumn evening, October the 18th, 1831, within the grand walls of the Neues Palais in Potsdam, Kingdom of Prussia. The palace stood as a magnificent testament to Prussian ambition, its Baroque architecture gleaming in the fading light of that October day. Built by Friedrich the Great in the previous century to demonstrate Prussia's power after the 7 Years' War, the Neues Palais featured 365 windows, 1 for each day of the year, and over 200 rooms filled with precious artworks, gilded furniture, and the accumulated treasures of generations of Hohenzollern rulers. Into this world of imperial splendor and rigid military tradition came a baby boy who would one day be called Fritz by those who loved him, though the world would know him by his full baptismal names: Friedrich Wilhelm Nikolaus Karl. The infant prince was born into the house of Hohenzollern, a dynasty that had ruled Brandenburg since 1417 and had transformed a relatively poor territory into one of Europe's great powers. The Hohenzollerns had always been warriors first, administrators second, and everything else came distant third. Every prince was expected to be a soldier, to serve the state through military service, to embody the stern virtues of discipline, duty, and obedience that had made Prussia formidable despite its limited resources. The infant prince was the firstborn child of Prince Wilhelm of Prussia and his wife, Princess Augusta of Saxe-Weimar-Eisenach. Young Friedrich's arrival was greeted with quiet satisfaction by the royal family, for male heirs secured dynasties and carried forward family legacies. His father Wilhelm was a younger brother of the reigning King Friedrich Wilhelm IV, which meant that while Wilhelm stood relatively close to the throne, he was not expected to inherit it. The king was married and might yet have children of his own. This position, close to power but not burdened by its immediate prospect, gave Wilhelm's family a certain freedom, though it would not last. Wilhelm was a man molded entirely by Prussian military tradition. Born in 1797, he had come of age during the Napoleonic Wars, that great convulsion that had reshaped Europe. He had seen Prussia humiliated by Napoleon, occupied by French troops, forced to accept dictated terms of peace. He had witnessed the wars of liberation that finally threw off French domination. These experiences had taught him that only military strength mattered in European politics. that nations survived through iron discipline and organized violence, that sentiment and idealism were luxuries that led to defeat and subjugation. Wilhelm embodied everything that Prussian aristocracy valued. He was rigid in his adherence to protocol, unbending in his conservative political views, and absolutely convinced that the king's authority came from God and should not be limited by constitutions or parliaments. He was not a cruel man or an unintelligent one, but he was profoundly conventional, unable to imagine that the old ways might need reform or that new ideas might have merit. For Wilhelm, Prussia's strength lay in maintaining its traditions unchanged, in resisting the liberal and democratic movements that were sweeping through Europe in the wake of the French Revolution and Napoleon's defeat. But young Fritz's mother brought something entirely different to his upbringing, a quality that would prove decisive in shaping the prince's character and worldview. Augusta had grown up in the small but culturally vibrant duchy of Saxe-Weimar-Eisenach. Saxe-Weimar was one of the smallest German states, barely more than a town and its surrounding countryside. Yet it had become a jewel of German intellectual life. The great poet and playwright Johann Wolfgang von Goethe had spent most of his life there, serving as a minister in the ducal government, while producing some of the most important works in German literature. Friedrich Schiller, another towering figure of German culture, had also lived and worked in Weimar. The town had attracted philosophers, artists, musicians and scholars, creating an atmosphere where ideas mattered as much as rank, where conversation turned on books and theories rather than just military campaigns and aristocratic genealogies. Augusta had absorbed this culture deeply. She had received an excellent education, unusual for women even of her exalted rank. She read widely in German, French and English literature. She had studied history and philosophy. She played the piano beautifully and could discuss art with genuine knowledge and insight. She held liberal political views, believing that constitutional limits on royal power were not threats to monarchy, but ways of making it more stable and legitimate. She thought that education and culture were marks of true civilization, more important than the size of one's army or the splendor of military parades. When Augusta married Wilhelm in 1829, she brought these values with her to the Prussian court, where they were viewed with deep suspicion. The conservative Prussian aristocracy, the Junkers who dominated the officer corps and owned the vast agricultural estates east of the Elbe River, regarded intellectualism as effeminate and liberalism as dangerously close to revolutionary sentiment. They believed in land, military service, and unquestioning loyalty to the crown. Books and theories and talk of constitutional rights were, in their view, the sort of weakness that led to defeat in war and disorder at home. Yet Augusta was strong-willed and determined. She would not allow her children to be raised as mere military automatons, trained only to command troops and attend parades. She insisted that they receive a well-rounded education that included not just military training, but also serious study of history, languages, sciences, and the arts. Her husband, Wilhelm, though he did not share her intellectual interests or liberal political sympathies, loved her and respected her intelligence enough to give her considerable influence over their children's upbringing. This compromise between Wilhelm's militarism and Augusta's intellectualism would create the unique blend of qualities that characterized their son Friedrich. 3 years after Friedrich's birth, in 1834, Augusta gave birth to a daughter, Princess Louise. The little girl would grow up to marry Friedrich III, Grand Duke of Baden, and would have a happy life, though she would never achieve the historical significance of her older brother. Louise and Friedrich were close as children, sharing the peculiar isolation that came with being royal. They could not play with ordinary children. could not attend regular schools, could not experience the normal freedoms of childhood. Instead, they lived in the carefully controlled world of palaces and protocol, where every action was observed and judged, where they were constantly reminded of their duties and their heritage. The Prussia into which Friedrich was born was a kingdom on the cusp of tremendous change. With a population of about 13 million people, Prussia was the largest German state after the Austrian Empire. Berlin, the capital, was growing rapidly as industrialization began to transform the economy. Railways were starting to connect previously isolated regions. New factories were appearing, drawing workers from the countryside into the cities. The old agricultural society, dominated by aristocratic landowners, was beginning to give way to something new and unsettling. Politically, Prussia in 1831 was an absolute monarchy. King Friedrich Wilhelm III ruled without a constitution or parliament, his authority limited only by tradition and by the practical constraints of administration. But across Europe, the forces of liberalism and nationalism were growing stronger. The July Revolution of 1830 in France had overthrown the reactionary King Charles as the Hex and installed a more liberal constitutional monarchy under Louis Philippe. Revolutionary movements were stirring in Belgium, Poland, and the Italian states. Everywhere, people were beginning to question whether kings truly ruled by divine right, or whether political legitimacy came from the consent of the governed. These intellectual and political currents would swirl around Friedrich throughout his youth, shaping his thinking even as the conservative Prussian establishment tried to insulate him from dangerous ideas. He would grow up in a world where the old certainties were crumbling, but where the new order had not yet emerged, where Prussia was powerful but anxious, dominant among the German states, but fearful of revolution from below and threatened by rivals abroad. Young Fritz's formal education began in earnest when he was still a small child, barely past toddlerhood. Royal children could not waste time on carefree play when they had dynasties to represent and someday kingdoms to rule. By age 5, Friedrich was studying with tutors who came to the palace daily, serious men who understood that this little boy might someday wield tremendous power and needed to be shaped properly for that role. The early curriculum was traditional for Prussian princes. Friedrich learned to read and write in German, though the High German of education and literature, rather than the rough dialects spoken by common people. He studied elementary mathematics, learning to calculate and reason with numbers. Geography lessons opened his eyes to the wider world beyond Prussia's borders, teaching him about mountains and rivers, nations and empires, the physical shape of a planet he would never personally explore but would need to understand. History introduced him to the past, to the long procession of kings and wars, triumphs and disasters that had led to the present moment. But even in these early years, Augusta ensured that Friedrich's education included cultural and aesthetic elements that were unusual for Prussian military families. He began learning French when he was very young, for French was still the language of diplomacy and high culture throughout Europe. A child who could not speak French would be handicapped in international affairs and unable to access much of European literature and thought. Friedrich took to languages naturally, his young mind absorbing vocabulary and grammar with the ease that children possess before adolescence hardens linguistic abilities. Music lessons were also part of his early education, another of Augusta's innovations. Friedrich learned to play the piano, his small fingers practicing scales and simple melodies. He was taught to appreciate music not just as entertainment, but as one of humanity's highest artistic achievements, capable of expressing emotions and ideas that words could not capture. In later life, though he would never become an accomplished musician, Friedrich would find solace and joy in music, attending concerts and operas, finding in melody and harmony a refuge from political frustrations. Religious instruction occupied an important place in the young prince's education. Prussia was officially a Protestant state, the king serving as supreme governor of the evangelical church that united Lutheran and Reformed traditions. Friedrich was taught Lutheran catechism, memorizing biblical passages and learning the fundamental doctrines of Protestant Christianity. He was instructed about sin and salvation, duty and grace, the obligations that Christians owed to God and to their fellow human beings. These religious lessons, while traditional in content, were taught with an emphasis on ethics and moral behavior rather than mere theological doctrine, another subtle influence of Augusta's more liberal approach to faith. When Friedrich reached the age of 10 in 1841, he crossed a crucial threshold in Prussian royal life. Following ancient Hohenzollern tradition that stretched back centuries, young Fritz was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the 1st Infantry Regiment of Guards, one of Prussia's most prestigious military units. This was not merely a ceremonial honor. It represented the beginning of his lifelong relationship with the Prussian military, an institution that formed the backbone of the kingdom's power and embodied its deepest values. On the day of his commissioning, Friedrich received the Order of the Black Eagle, Prussia's highest decoration, established back in 1700 by King Friedrich III. The order's insignia, a black eagle on a white field, surrounded by the motto Sum Cuique, to each his own, was hung around the 10-year-old boy's neck in an elaborate ceremony attended by the king, the royal family, and high-ranking military officers. For young Friedrich, dressed in a miniature military uniform, tailored to his small frame, the experience must have been both exciting and overwhelming. He was being welcomed into the brotherhood of Prussian officers, that exclusive caste of noblemen who commanded armies and defended the realm. From this point forward, military training became a constant presence in Friedrich's life. He learned to ride horses, spending hours in the saddle until he could control a mount with unconscious skill. Riding was not just about transportation. It was about commanding cavalry, maintaining seat and balance during combat, projecting authority from horseback. The young prince rode through the forests and fields around Potsdam, his instructors pushing him to develop ever greater skill and confidence. Fencing lessons taught him the art of the sword, that ancient weapon that had lost most of its battlefield utility, but remained symbolically important and valuable for developing reflexes, timing, and fighting spirit. Friedrich learned the basic guard positions, the footwork that allowed a fencer to advance and retreat fluidly, the lightning-quick thrust and parry that could mean the difference between life and death in a duel. He developed quick hands and sharp eyes, able to track an opponent's blade and respond instantly to threats. Gymnastics strengthened his growing body, building muscle and coordination through exercises that were becoming increasingly popular in German physical education. The Turnverein movement, promoting systematic physical training for young men, was spreading through the German states, and even royal princes were expected to develop strong, healthy bodies through disciplined exercise. Friedrich learned to vault over wooden horses, to swing from bars and rings, to perform acrobatic maneuvers that tested strength and courage. Military drill taught him precision and discipline, the ability to stand at attention for hours without fidgeting, to march in perfect formation with hundreds of other soldiers, to execute complex maneuvers on command. He learned the structure of military ranks, from the lowest private through the hierarchy of corporals and sergeants, lieutenants and captains, majors and colonels, up to the generals who commanded entire armies. He studied tactics and strategy, learning how to read military maps, how to understand terrain, how to position troops for maximum effect. All of this was normal, expected. unremarkable for a Prussian prince. Every male member of the Hohenzollern family had undergone similar training for generations. They were warrior kings who led their armies personally, and even those who would never inherit the throne were expected to serve with distinction in the officer corps. Friedrich proved himself competent in these military pursuits, neither exceptionally gifted nor notably deficient. He could ride and fence and drill with adequate skill. He understood military concepts and could discuss tactics intelligently. He looked impressive in uniform, carrying himself with natural dignity. Yet even as young Friedrich was being molded into a Prussian officer, his mother Augusta was ensuring that he received something more. In 1844, when Friedrich was 13 years old, she arranged for Ernst Curtius to become his private tutor. This appointment would prove to be one of the most important influences on Friedrich's intellectual and moral development, for Curtius represented a very different tradition than the military instructors who dominated the young prince's education. Ernst Curtius was 31 years old in 1844, a scholar of ancient Greek history and archaeology, who had studied at the universities of Bonn, Göttingen, and Berlin. He had traveled to Greece, walking among the ruins of ancient temples and theatres, imagining the civilization that had flourished there 2,000 years earlier. He was fascinated by classical antiquity, by the philosophers and dramatists of Athens, by the democratic experiments and artistic achievements of the ancient Greeks. Later in life, Curtius would lead the excavation of Olympia, uncovering the remains of the sanctuary where the ancient Olympic Games had been held. He would become one of the most distinguished archaeologists and historians of his generation. For now, though, he was a young scholar, accepting a position as tutor to a Prussian prince, bringing into the palace world of military discipline a very different set of values and interests. Under Curtius's guidance, Friedrich's education expanded far beyond what was typical for Prussian aristocrats. He studied ancient history in depth, learning about the rise and fall of civilizations, the conflicts between Athens and Sparta, the conquests of Alexander the Great, the long supremacy of Rome. These were not just stories of wars and kings. Curtius taught Friedrich to think about how societies organize themselves, about different forms of government, about the role of law and culture in creating stable, prosperous states. The young prince learned about Greek democracy, about the assembly in Athens, where citizens debated policy and made decisions collectively. He learned about the Roman Republic, with its complex system of consuls and senate, tribunes and assemblies, checks and balances designed to prevent any single person from wielding absolute power. He learned about the philosophical schools of ancient Greece, about Socrates questioning everything, about Plato imagining ideal societies, about Aristotle systematically studying politics and ethics. These lessons were potentially subversive in conservative Prussia, where questioning royal authority was seen as dangerous. But Augusta had ensured that her son would be exposed to these ideas. Geography lessons with Curtius went far beyond memorizing capitals and rivers. Friedrich learned about how physical terrain shaped human history, how mountains created barriers between peoples, how rivers provided trade routes and communication networks, how climate affected agriculture and therefore the wealth and power of nations. He studied the Earth's different regions, from the frozen Arctic to the tropical jungles, from the vast Eurasian steppes to the island chains of the Pacific. His mind expanded to encompass a world far larger and more diverse than the militarized kingdom of his birth. Friedrich also studied physics and natural science, learning about the fundamental laws that governed the physical universe. This was the age of tremendous scientific advancement, when physicists were unraveling the mysteries of electricity and magnetism, when chemists were discovering new elements and understanding atomic structure, when biologists were collecting and classifying species from around the world. Curtius ensured that Friedrich understood that the universe operated according to natural laws that could be discovered through observation and reason, not just through religious revelation or ancient authority. Music and religion remained important parts of Friedrich's education, but now taught with greater sophistication than the elementary lessons of his early childhood. He studied music theory, learning to read musical notation and understand harmonic structure. He learned about the great composers from Bach and Handel through Mozart and Beethoven to the romantic composers of his own era. Religious instruction went beyond simple catechism to explore theological questions and ethical philosophy, examining how faith could guide moral behavior and provide meaning in life. But perhaps the most important aspect of Friedrich's education under Curtius was the development of his linguistic abilities. Building on the foundation of French he had learned as a young child, Friedrich now became truly fluent, able to read French literature in the original and converse naturally in that language. He studied Latin, the language of ancient Rome, and of European scholarship for centuries, gaining access to classical texts and developing the analytical skills that came from parsing Latin grammar and translating complex passages. Most significantly, Friedrich became fluent in English. This was highly unusual for Prussian princes, for whom French was the only foreign language considered essential. But Augusta, with her broader cultural horizons, insisted that her son learn English. The United Kingdom was becoming the world's dominant power, its empire spanning the globe, its industrial revolution transforming economic possibilities, its constitutional monarchy providing a model that liberal reformers across Europe admired. To understand the modern world, Augusta believed, one needed to understand Britain, and that meant learning English. Friedrich threw himself into English studies with enthusiasm. He read English literature, from Shakespeare's plays to contemporary novels. He studied British history, learning about the English Civil War, the Glorious Revolution, the development of parliamentary government. He came to admire the British system, where the monarchy remained important, but had gradually yielded much of its power to an elected parliament, where individual rights were protected by law, where newspapers could criticize the government without fear of censorship or imprisonment. These were radical ideas in Prussia, where the king's word was law, but they took root in young Friedrich's mind. Friedrich also learned practical crafts during these years, pursuits that were quite unusual for someone of his exalted rank. He studied carpentry, learning to work with wood, to shape and join pieces, to create useful objects with his own hands. This craft taught him patience and precision, the satisfaction of manual labor, the intelligence of skilled workers who could envision an object and then bring it into being. He learned about book printing, the technology that had revolutionized human communication by making possible the mass production of texts. He studied bookbinding, the art of preserving books through careful construction of protective covers. These practical skills might seem beneath the dignity of a prince who would someday command armies and govern millions, but they represented Augusta's determination that her son understand the world beyond aristocratic privilege. She wanted him to appreciate the work that ordinary people did, to respect the craftsmanship and intelligence required in various trades, to see common people as fellow human beings, rather than merely as subjects or soldiers. This attitude would stay with Friedrich throughout his life, manifesting in his consideration for working people and his support for policies that would improve their conditions. Throughout his teenage years, Friedrich excelled particularly at gymnastics, his body growing tall and strong through constant physical exercise. By his late teens, he stood an impressive 6 feet tall, unusual height for that era, with a strong build and graceful movements. He became an expert horseman, able to control his mount instinctively, riding with the natural ease that comes from thousands of hours in the saddle. He looked every inch the Prussian prince when he appeared in public in his military uniform, tall and handsome, carrying himself with quiet dignity. Yet the education Friedrich received, especially under Curtius's influence and Augusta's guidance, was planting seeds of liberalism in his young mind. He was developing a worldview quite different from that of most Prussian aristocrats. He began to believe that government existed to serve the people, not the reverse. He questioned whether kings truly ruled by divine right, or whether political legitimacy ultimately rested on the consent of the governed. He wondered whether Prussia's authoritarian system was really the best way to organize a modern state, or whether constitutional limits on royal power might actually make monarchy stronger and more stable by giving it popular legitimacy. These were dangerous thoughts in 1840s Prussia, where the king's authority was absolute and where questioning the political system was seen as potentially revolutionary. The ghost of 1789 haunted European monarchies. The French Revolution had shown how quickly order could collapse, how rapidly a king could go from absolute ruler to prisoner to executed victim. Prussian conservatives were determined never to allow similar upheavals in their kingdom. Friedrich largely kept his doubts and questions to himself during these years. He was still young, still under his father's authority, still more influenced by ideas than ready to act on them. But the intellectual foundation was being laid for the political philosophy that would guide him throughout his adult life, the belief that Prussia, and eventually Germany, needed not just military strength, but also constitutional government, civil liberties, and respect for human dignity. It would be a philosophy that brought him into conflict with the most powerful forces in Prussian politics, isolating him at court, and ultimately preventing him from implementing the reforms he believed necessary. But for now, as a teenage prince absorbing ideas from his tutors and books, the future conflicts remained distant possibilities rather than immediate realities. The year 1848 brought revolutionary upheaval across Europe, transforming the political landscape and testing every established government. This springtime of peoples, as contemporaries called it, began in France in February, when a new revolution overthrew King Louis Philippe and established the Second Republic. The revolutionary spirit quickly spread to Germany, Austria, Italy, and beyond. Everywhere, people were demanding constitutional government, civil liberties, national unification, and an end to aristocratic privilege. In Prussia, the revolution erupted in March of 1848. Crowds gathered in the streets of Berlin, demanding reforms and a constitution that would limit royal power. King Friedrich Wilhelm IV, Friedrich's uncle, who had inherited the throne in 1840, initially responded with repression, ordering troops to clear the streets. On March the 18th, violent clashes between soldiers and demonstrators left nearly 300 civilians dead. The barricades went up in Berlin streets as revolutionaries prepared to fight for their demands. For the 16-year-old Prince Friedrich, watching these events from the safety of royal palaces, the revolution was both frightening and illuminating. He saw the power of popular movements, the willingness of ordinary people to risk death for political change. He witnessed his uncle the king, that supposedly absolute monarch ruling by divine right, forced to make humiliating concessions to avoid complete collapse. Friedrich Wilhelm IV had to appear before the crowds, hat in hand, honoring the martyrs of March, who had died fighting against his own soldiers. He promised a constitution, agreed to elections for a national assembly, and seemed temporarily broken by the force of revolutionary sentiment. The revolution also created an extraordinary opportunity that briefly seemed possible: the unification of Germany under liberal leadership. For centuries, the German-speaking lands had been divided into dozens of kingdoms, principalities, duchies, and free cities, loosely organized under the Austrian-dominated German Confederation. German nationalists had long dreamed of a unified German nation-state that could stand as an equal to France, Britain, and Russia. Now, with revolution sweeping away the old order, that dream seemed achievable. In May of 1848, a National Assembly convened in Frankfurt, bringing together elected representatives from across the German states to write a constitution for a unified Germany. These Frankfurt parliamentarians, mostly middle-class professionals and intellectuals, debated for months about what form the new Germany should take. Should it include Austria with its large non-German populations? Or should it be a smaller Germany led by Prussia? Should it be a republic or a constitutional monarchy? What rights should citizens possess? How should power be distributed between national and state governments? Friedrich, still just 16 and not yet politically active, followed these debates with intense interest. His mother Augusta certainly supported the liberal goals of the Frankfurt Assembly, and through her influence, Friedrich absorbed the excitement and hope of those revolutionary months. For a brief time, it seemed that Germany might be unified through democratic process, that constitutional monarchy might replace absolute rule, that the future would belong to parliaments and civil liberties rather than to armies and aristocratic privilege. But the revolutionary moment passed. By late 1848 and early 1849, the forces of reaction were regaining confidence and strength. The Austrian Empire, after initial chaos, had reasserted control under its young emperor Franz Joseph. The Prussian military, never truly broken, stood ready to support the monarchy against revolutionary demands. King Friedrich Wilhelm IV, having recovered from his initial panic, began rolling back the concessions he had made. When the Frankfurt Assembly finally completed its work and offered the crown of a unified constitutional Germany to Friedrich Wilhelm IV in April of 1849, he contemptuously rejected it. He would not accept a crown from the gutter, meaning from elected representatives, rather than from his fellow princes. He would not be bound by a constitution written by middle-class liberals. Prussia would pursue German unification on its own terms, through military force and diplomatic maneuvering, not through democratic process. The rejection crushed liberal hopes. The Frankfurt Assembly dissolved, its members returning home disappointed, and in some cases persecuted by the conservative governments that had returned to power. The revolution had failed, and Prussia remained an absolute monarchy, its king unbound by constitutional restraints. Friedrich, watching these events at age 17 and 18, learned bitter lessons about the limits of liberalism in a society dominated by military power and aristocratic privilege. The years immediately following the revolution were marked by harsh repression. Liberal activists were arrested or forced into exile. Censorship was reimposed on newspapers and books. Universities were purged of professors suspected of revolutionary sympathies. The military was strengthened, with conservatives arguing that only force maintained order and prevented chaos. It was not an atmosphere conducive to liberal political development or to encouraging a young prince's reformist sympathies. Yet, despite the repression, or perhaps because of it, Friedrich's liberal convictions deepened during these late teenage years. He had seen that change was possible, that ordinary people cared about political rights and would fight for them. He had witnessed the appeal of constitutional government and national unification, and he had observed the ultimate failure of these movements, crushed by military force and aristocratic resistance. These experiences convinced him that reform was necessary if Prussia wanted to avoid future upheavals, that some accommodation with liberal demands was required for long-term stability. Friedrich's political education continued in other ways during this period. In 1851, When he was 19 years old, the Prussian royal family received an important invitation that would prove fateful for Friedrich's personal life. Queen Victoria of the United Kingdom invited Prince Wilhelm and Princess Augusta to visit London for the Great Exhibition, a spectacular international showcase of industrial innovation, scientific achievement, and cultural production that was being held in the specially constructed Crystal Palace in Hyde Park. This great exhibition, organised largely through the efforts of Queen Victoria's husband Prince Albert, represented Britain's industrial supremacy and its vision of progress through technology and international cooperation. Over 6 million people would visit during the exhibition's 5-month run, marvelling at the latest inventions, exotic goods from around the world, and artistic masterpieces. For Prussia, still relatively backward industrially compared to Britain, the exhibition offered both inspiration and a sobering reminder of how far they lagged behind the world's most advanced economy. Wilhelm and Augusta brought their 2 children with them to London. Friedrich, now 19, and a striking figure in his Prussian military uniform, and his sister Louise, age 13. The Prussian royals toured the Crystal Palace, walked through its vast halls filled with displays from every continent, and spent time with their British royal cousins. Queen Victoria and Prince Albert were gracious hosts, showing off their capital city and explaining their vision of how industrial progress and royal patronage could work together to improve society. During this visit, Friedrich met Queen Victoria's eldest child, Princess Victoria, though everyone called her Vicky. She was not quite 11 years old in the summer of 1851, a bright, curious, sometimes difficult child who showed unusual intelligence and strong will even at that young age. Victoria and Albert had ensured that Vicky received an excellent education, unusual for a girl even of royal birth. She was learning multiple languages, studying history and science, reading serious literature. She reminded people of her father in her intellectual seriousness, though she had inherited her mother's emotional intensity and stubbornness. Friedrich, nearly a decade older than little Vicky, took little romantic notice of the child during that first meeting. She was simply his host's young daughter, precocious and charming, but still very much a child. However, something about that encounter must have stayed with him. Perhaps it was the warm, supportive family atmosphere he witnessed in the British royal household, so different from the formal, rigid environment of Prussian court life. Perhaps it was his conversations with Prince Albert, who shared Friedrich's liberal political sympathies and spoke eloquently about the future of Germany. Perhaps it was simply the appealing normality of the British monarchy, where the Queen was powerful but not absolute, where newspapers criticized the government freely, where prosperity seemed to coexist with political freedom. More importantly for Friedrich's personal development, this visit to England in 1851 exposed him directly to constitutional monarchy in action. He saw Parliament functioning, debates occurring freely, political power being exercised through legal and institutional means rather than through royal decree alone. He observed a society that was both more dynamic and more free than Prussia, yet also more stable and prosperous. Britain in 1851 was at the height of its power, its industry producing a huge portion of the world's manufactured goods, its navy dominant on every ocean, its empire expanding across Africa and Asia. It was living proof that constitutional government was compatible with national strength. These impressions reinforced Friedrich's growing belief that Prussia needed political reform. If Britain could be both powerful and free, why couldn't Prussia follow a similar path? If limiting royal power actually made monarchy more stable by giving it popular legitimacy, why should Prussia cling to absolutism? These questions would occupy Friedrich's mind for the rest of his life, even though he would never be able to answer them through practical political action during his lifetime. When Friedrich reached the age of 18 in October of 1849, Prussian custom dictated that he should intensify his military training and begin taking on more serious responsibilities within the army. Every Hohenzollern prince before him had followed this path, moving from theoretical study to practical military service, working his way up through the officer ranks through actual experience with troops and campaigns. It was the Prussian way, unquestioned for generations. But Friedrich, with his mother Augusta's strong support, announced his intention to do something extraordinary. He wished to attend university, to study as a civilian student, to pursue academic education in history, law, and political science. This broke completely with Hohenzollern tradition. Prussian princes did not attend university. They were educated by private tutors and through military service. The university was for middle-class boys preparing for careers in law, medicine, the civil service, or teaching. Respectable professions, but not appropriate for royalty. Friedrich's desire to attend university reveals much about his character and his values at age 18. He wanted intellectual engagement beyond what private tutors could provide. He wanted to study with distinguished professors, to be exposed to serious scholarship, to participate in the academic community, even if he could never be truly ordinary. He wanted to be more than just another Prussian officer, more than a mere embodiment of military tradition. He wanted to develop his mind, to understand history and politics deeply, to prepare himself not just to command armies, but to govern wisely and well. His father Wilhelm must have been deeply uncomfortable with this request. It violated everything Wilhelm believed about what a Prussian prince should be. But Augusta supported her son's wish, and in the end, Wilhelm agreed, though likely with considerable reluctance. Perhaps he reasoned that a few years of academic study would do no lasting harm, that Friedrich would eventually return to proper military focus. Perhaps he simply could not refuse his wife's earnest insistence. Whatever the reason, permission was granted. In 1850, Friedrich enrolled at the Rheinische Friedrich Wilhelms Universität Bonn, the University of Bonn, located on the Rhine River in western Prussia. Founded in 1818 on the initiative of King Friedrich Wilhelm III, Friedrich's grandfather, the university had quickly become one of the leading centers of learning in the German states. Its faculty included distinguished scholars in multiple fields, and its student body drew young men from across Germany and beyond. For the next 2 years, from 1850 to 1852, Friedrich lived a life that was extraordinary for a prince. He attended lectures with other students, sat in classrooms taking notes as professors expounded on their subjects, participated in discussions, read assigned texts, wrote papers. To be sure, he could never be entirely ordinary. His royal status meant he was always somewhat apart, received special treatment, and lived in accommodations befitting his rank, rather than in the rough student housing typical of the era. But compared to the isolated existence of most royalty, Friedrich's university years represented genuine engagement with the wider world of learning and ideas. Friedrich focused his studies on history, law, and what we would now call political science or government. He wanted to understand how societies had developed over time, how different political systems functioned, what made some states successful while others failed. His history courses covered ancient civilizations, medieval Europe, and the modern period. He learned not just the facts of what happened, but also how to analyze historical evidence, how to evaluate different interpretations of events, how to think critically about causes and consequences. His law courses introduced him to legal philosophy and jurisprudence. He studied Roman law, that ancient system that had influenced legal thinking throughout Europe. He learned about natural law theories that posited universal moral principles transcending any particular society. He explored constitutional law, examining how written constitutions could establish frameworks for government and protect individual rights. These legal studies were directly relevant to his growing interest in constitutional monarchy and political reform. Political science courses, though that field was still in its infancy as an academic discipline, exposed Friedrich to different theories about how government should be organized and what purposes it should serve. He read classical political theorists like Plato and Aristotle. He studied more recent thinkers like Locke and Montesquieu, who had argued for limited government, separation of powers, and protection of individual liberties. He learned about different forms of government, monarchy, aristocracy, democracy, and their various corrupted forms, and the conditions under which each might function well or badly. Among Friedrich's most influential professors at Bonn were two men whose teachings would leave lasting marks on the young prince's political thinking. Ernst Moritz Arndt, then nearly 70 years old, was a poet, historian, and passionate German nationalist. Arndt had been a leading figure in the resistance to Napoleon's occupation of Germany, writing fiery poems and essays that called on Germans to unite against French domination. He believed deeply in German cultural identity and in the dream of a unified German nation that could stand as a great power in European affairs. Arndt taught Friedrich about German history and culture, about the shared language and traditions that bound together people who lived in different states under different rulers. He conveyed his vision of German nationhood, not narrow Prussian patriotism, but a broader sense of German identity that transcended state boundaries. This was heady, potentially subversive teaching in 1850 Prussia, where the government viewed German nationalism with suspicion because it might threaten Prussian sovereignty or lead to demands for constitutional reform. Yet Arndt's classes were permitted because his nationalism was cultural rather than revolutionary, and because his conservative religious and social views made him politically acceptable despite his nationalist sentiments. Even more influential was Friedrich's other major professor at Bonn, Friedrich Christoph Dahlmann. In his 60s, during Friedrich's time at Bonn, Dahlmann was one of the most distinguished constitutional historians in Germany. He had been one of the Göttingen Seven, a group of professors who in 1837 had signed a letter protesting the King of Hanover's unconstitutional abrogation of the state's constitution. As punishment, Dahlmann and his colleagues had been dismissed from their positions and expelled from Hanover, an act that made them heroes to liberals throughout Germany. Dahlmann taught constitutional history and political theory from a distinctly liberal perspective. He believed that monarchy was compatible with constitutional limits on royal power, that rulers should govern through law rather than arbitrary will, that representative institutions could give citizens a voice in government without undermining legitimate authority. These were precisely the ideas that conservative Prussians most feared, the concepts that seemed to lead toward revolution and disorder. Yet Dahlmann taught them openly, and his royal student absorbed them eagerly. Under Dahlmann's instruction, Friedrich studied British constitutional development in depth, learning how Parliament had gradually limited royal power over centuries, how the Glorious Revolution of 1688 had established the principle that the king could not govern without Parliament's cooperation, how the British had created a system where monarchy remained important and respected, but where real political power increasingly lay with elected representatives and their chosen ministers. Dahlmann presented Britain as proof that constitutional monarchy could work, that limiting royal authority did not necessarily lead to weakness or chaos. Friedrich also studied German constitutional history, learning about the various attempts to create constitutional governments in different German states. He examined the Frankfurt Constitution of 1849, that liberal document written by the revolutionary parliament that his uncle, Friedrich Wilhelm IV, had rejected. Dahlmann's classes explored why the constitution had failed, not because the ideas were wrong, but because the political forces supporting it had been too weak to overcome military and aristocratic opposition. Beyond formal coursework, Friedrich's university years exposed him to student culture and intellectual life in ways that shaped his thinking profoundly. Bonn, in the 1850s, was full of young men from various backgrounds, united by their pursuit of education and professional advancement. Many came from middle-class families, the sons of lawyers, doctors, merchants, professors, who could afford to send their children to university but who lacked aristocratic titles or vast estates. These were the people whom Prussian conservatives dismissed as unimportant, lacking the military and landowning credentials that supposedly made someone qualified to exercise political power. Yet Friedrich found these middle-class students to be intelligent, capable, and passionate about their studies and about Germany's future. He saw that birth and rank were not the only measures of human worth, that people from modest backgrounds could be educated, thoughtful, and patriotic. He participated in discussions where students debated politics, philosophy, and society late into the night, where ideas mattered more than titles, where arguments were won through reason rather than through appeals to authority or tradition. This exposure to middle-class intellectual culture reinforced Friedrich's developing liberalism. He came to believe that Prussia needed to give educated middle-class citizens a greater role in government, that their talents and energy were being wasted by an aristocratic system that reserved power for landowners and military officers. He thought that constitutional government with meaningful parliamentary representation would allow Prussia to tap into these human resources, making the state stronger rather than weaker. Friedrich's time at Bonn also brought him into contact with other students who shared his liberal political sympathies. While most of his fellow students were not themselves politically active, the failures of 1848 had made open radicalism dangerous. Many held reformist views in private. They believed in German unification, constitutional government, civil liberties, and meritocratic advancement based on talent rather than birth. These were the future lawyers, professors, civil servants, and businessmen who would form the backbone of the liberal movement in Germany. And Friedrich was building relationships with them and absorbing their worldview. The influence of less conservative family members during this period also shaped Friedrich's political development. Augusta's liberal sympathies were well known, and she encouraged her son's intellectual explorations. Other relatives, particularly those from smaller German states, where constitutionalism had made some progress, reinforced Friedrich's belief that reform was both necessary and possible. These family influences gave Friedrich a sense that he was not alone in his liberal convictions, that even within the aristocracy there were people who understood that the old ways needed to change. In 1853, shortly after completing his university studies, Friedrich was initiated into Freemasonry by his father. This might seem surprising given Wilhelm's conservative views, but Freemasonry had a complex position in Prussian society. The Prussian royal family had been involved with Freemasonry for generations, viewing it as an organization that promoted moral improvement, charitable work, and brotherhood among men of different ranks. It was seen as compatible with monarchy and religion, not as the subversive secret society that Catholic authorities claimed it to be. For Friedrich, Freemasonry reinforced many of the values he had been developing through his education. The Masonic emphasis on reason, enlightenment, moral progress, and universal brotherhood appealed to his intellectual and ethical inclinations. The organization brought together men from different social classes, all supposedly equal within the lodge regardless of worldly rank. Friedrich would remain actively involved in Freemasonry throughout his life, eventually becoming master of the Order of the Grand Landlodge of the Freemasons of Germany. During his brief reign as emperor, he would serve as patron of the German Freemasons, giving the organization royal protection, despite conservative suspicions about its supposedly liberal tendencies. By the time Friedrich completed his studies at Bonn and returned to more intensive military training in 1852, he was a very different person from the conventional Prussian prince his father might have hoped he would become. At age 21, Friedrich had developed a coherent political philosophy based on liberal principles. He believed in constitutional limits on royal power, in representative government, in civil liberties and the rule of law. He thought that Prussia needed to reform its political system if it wanted to avoid future revolutionary upheavals and to govern effectively in the modern age. He admired Britain's constitutional monarchy and hoped that Prussia could develop something similar, adapted to German conditions and traditions. These were not radical revolutionary views. Friedrich was not a Republican seeking to overthrow monarchy. He was not a socialist advocating class warfare or property redistribution. He was a moderate liberal who believed that monarchy and constitutionalism could and should coexist, that Prussia could become freer without ceasing to be orderly, that reform could strengthen rather than weaken the state. But in conservative Prussia of the 1850s, even these moderate views were controversial enough to mark Friedrich as different, as potentially unreliable, as someone whose political sympathies lay with the enemies of the established order. This would have profound consequences for Friedrich's entire life. His liberal convictions would isolate him at the Prussian court, earn him the suspicion and hostility of conservatives, and bring him into conflict with the most powerful political figure of his era, Otto von Bismarck. They would shape his relationship with his father, create tensions in his military career, and ultimately define his brief, tragic reign as emperor. But they would also give his life moral purpose and meaning, allowing him to stand for principles he believed were right, even when doing so brought him no political advantage. The boy who had studied at Bonn was becoming the man who would be remembered as the liberal emperor, the tragic might have been of German history. 4 years passed after Friedrich's first visit to England in 1851. These were years of continuing military training, of gradually assuming more responsibilities befitting a Prussian prince, of learning the complex rituals and duties of royal life. Friedrich participated in military exercises, attended state ceremonies, represented his family at various functions throughout Prussia and beyond. He was becoming known as a capable, thoughtful young man, though his liberal political views were already causing quiet concern among conservative courtiers, who whispered that Prince Wilhelm's son had been corrupted by too much education and his mother's English sympathies. Meanwhile, across the North Sea in England, young Vicky was growing from a precocious child into a remarkable young woman. By age 14 in 1855, she had received an education that would have been exceptional for any person of her era, male or female. Queen Victoria and Prince Albert had ensured their eldest daughter was thoroughly trained in languages, history, sciences, and the arts. Vicky could read and write fluently in English, German, French, and Italian. She had studied mathematics and natural philosophy. She could discuss political theory and constitutional law with genuine understanding. She played the piano beautifully and drew with considerable skill. But Vicky was more than just well-educated. She possessed a brilliant, quick mind that grasped concepts rapidly and made connections that others missed. She had inherited her father Prince Albert's intellectual seriousness and his passion for improvement and progress. From her mother, Queen Victoria, she had inherited emotional intensity, strong will, and absolute certainty in her own judgments. This combination made her fascinating, but also difficult. She was often right, and she knew it, and she had little patience for people she considered less intelligent or less enlightened than herself. Prince Albert, watching his daughter mature, began to think seriously about her future marriage. For Albert, this was not merely a personal matter, but a question of enormous political significance. He had long harbored a grand vision for Germany and for Europe. He believed that Prussia, if properly reformed, could lead the unification of the German states into a single liberal nation that would stand as a great power committed to constitutional government, civil liberties, and peaceful progress. Such a Germany could balance the autocratic empires of Russia and Austria, could partner with Britain in promoting liberal values, could help create a more stable and progressive European order. The key to this vision, Albert believed, was the future of Prussia's crown. Prince Wilhelm was now close to inheriting the Prussian throne, as his brother King Friedrich Wilhelm IV was seriously ill and had no children. When Wilhelm became king, his son Friedrich would become crown prince, heir to the Prussian kingdom and potential leader of a unified Germany. If Friedrich could be influenced by liberal British values, if he could be guided toward constitutional reform and peaceful unification rather than toward militarism and authoritarian rule, then perhaps the Coburg Plan could succeed. And the way to influence Friedrich, Albert reasoned, was through marriage to Vicky. She would be more than just Friedrich's wife. She would be his political advisor, his intellectual companion, his connection to British liberal traditions. She would carry British values into the heart of the Prussian court and work tirelessly to transform Prussia from within. It was an audacious plan that placed extraordinary responsibility on a teenage girl's shoulders, but Albert believed his daughter was capable of rising to this historic challenge. Queen Victoria initially had reservations about the match, not because of political considerations, but because Vicky was so young and would have to leave England to live in Prussia. Victoria was possessive of her children and dreaded the separations that royal marriages inevitably brought. But Albert gradually convinced her that this marriage represented not just a good dynastic alliance, but a chance to shape European history for the better. If their daughter's marriage could help create a liberal, peaceful Germany, the sacrifice of separation would be worthwhile. In September of 1855, arrangements were made for the Prussian royal family to visit Balmoral Castle in the Scottish Highlands, where Queen Victoria and her family spent their summers. Prince Wilhelm came with Princess Augusta, and this time they brought Friedrich, now 23 years old and strikingly handsome in his bearing and appearance. The visit was carefully orchestrated to allow Friedrich and Vicky to spend time together, to see if the affection necessary for a successful marriage might develop between them. Friedrich arrived at Balmoral with considerable curiosity about the young princess he had briefly met 4 years earlier. He remembered a bright, engaging child, but had no clear expectations about who she might have become. What he found was a revelation. Vicky, at 14, was physically small. She would never be tall, taking after her diminutive mother, but she radiated intelligence and energy. Her eyes sparkled with quick wit. Her conversation was fascinating, ranging across topics with ease and depth. She could discuss German politics and European history as easily as literature and music. She was passionate about ideas, eager to debate and exchange views, genuinely interested in learning and in making the world better. For Friedrich, who had spent years feeling isolated by his liberal views in conservative Prussia, Vicky was like discovering water after years in a desert. Here was someone who shared his political philosophy, who believed in constitutional monarchy and civil rights, who understood why reform was necessary and how it might be achieved. Here was someone who valued education and culture as much as military glory. Here was someone with whom he could discuss his dreams and frustrations without fear of being reported to conservative enemies or dismissed as naive and dangerously idealistic. But beyond the political compatibility, Friedrich found himself genuinely charmed by Vicky as a person. Despite her youth, she possessed a warmth and earnestness that touched him. She was not conventionally beautiful. Her features were a bit too strong, her build too compact, but she had a vitality and presence that made her magnetic. When she talked about subjects that interested her, her whole face came alive with excitement. When she listened, she gave complete attention, asking insightful questions that showed she genuinely cared about understanding. For Vicky, Friedrich represented everything her father had taught her to admire in a man. He was educated and thoughtful, able to discuss ideas seriously rather than just making small talk about court gossip and hunting. He was a military officer, but one who spoke thoughtfully about strategy and tactics rather than simply glorifying warfare. He was gentle and considerate in his manner, treating her with respect rather than condescension despite her youth. And most importantly, he shared her liberal political values, believing in the same vision of constitutional progress that her father had instilled in her. The courtship proceeded with remarkable speed by Victorian standards, though of course it was always conducted with careful attention to propriety and protocol. Friedrich and Vicky took long walks through the Scottish Highlands around Balmoral, talking for hours about everything under the sun, about books and music, about political theory and German unification, about their hopes for the future and their concerns about the present. They were accompanied by chaperones, of course, as unmarried royal young people could never be completely alone together, but the companions discreetly allowed them enough distance for genuine private conversation. Friedrich found himself falling in love, perhaps for the first time in his life. He had met many young women of appropriate rank during his years at court, but none had captivated him as Vicky did. She was intellectually his equal, or perhaps even his superior in quickness and breadth of knowledge. She understood his frustrations with Prussian conservatism because she shared his political philosophy so completely. She made him laugh with her wit and warmed his heart with her earnest passion for making the world better. She was, he began to believe, the partner he had been waiting for without knowing it, someone who could share not just his life but his deepest hopes and convictions. For Vicky, Friedrich represented an extraordinary opportunity to fulfill her father's vision and her own ambitions. She was not a girl who dreamed of quiet domestic life. She wanted to make a difference in the world, to use whatever influence she possessed to advance the causes of liberty and progress. Marriage to the Prussian crown prince would give her that chance. She could work alongside Friedrich to reform Prussia and eventually unify Germany along liberal lines. She could be more than just a wife. She could be a political partner working toward historic goals. And beyond the political dimensions, she found that she genuinely liked and respected Friedrich, that she felt comfortable with him in a way she did not with other suitors who had been proposed to her. On September the 29th, 1855, after just a few weeks of intensive courtship, Friedrich proposed marriage to Vicky. They were walking in the hills above Balmoral, the autumn colours brilliant around them, the Highland air crisp and clear. Friedrich knelt before her, dramatic and romantic despite the damp ground, and asked her to be his wife. Vicky accepted immediately, her heart racing with excitement and nervousness and joy all mixed together. They kissed, perhaps awkwardly given their relative inexperience, and then hurried back to the castle to tell their parents. Queen Victoria and Prince Albert received the news with satisfaction and some melancholy. They were pleased that the match had developed so naturally, that genuine affection clearly existed between the young people rather than mere dynastic calculation. But Victoria already felt the pain of knowing she would lose her eldest daughter to a foreign country, that Vicky would go away to Prussia and might visit only rarely. Still, duty and political vision outweighed personal feelings, and the engagement was formally announced that same day to both the British and Prussian courts. The announcement created excitement and some controversy. In Britain, the match was generally welcomed. The British press praised the handsome, educated Prussian prince and predicted a happy marriage. In Prussia, reactions were more mixed. Some welcomed the connection to the British royal family as enhancing Prussian prestige. Others worried that the marriage would give Britain undue influence over Prussian policy. Conservative circles particularly viewed the match with suspicion, correctly perceiving that Vicky would bring British liberal ideas with her and would encourage Friedrich's already troublesome reformist inclinations. The engagement period would last more than 2 years, from September 1855 until the wedding in January 1858. This delay was partly because Vicky was still very young, only 14 when she got engaged, and even the Victorians, who married younger than we do today, recognized that 14 was quite young for actual marriage. The time would allow Vicky to mature somewhat and would give Prince Albert the opportunity to complete his intensive preparation of his daughter for her future role. During these 2 years, Friedrich and Vicky maintained an active correspondence, writing letters back and forth between Prussia and England. In an age before telephones or instant communication, letters were how separated lovers maintained their relationship. Friedrich's letters to Vicky were warm and affectionate, full of his thoughts about politics and military affairs, his frustrations with conservative opposition to reform, his dreams of the future they would build together. He shared with her his reading, his observations of Prussian politics, his growing concerns about the direction his father and uncle were taking Prussia. Vicky's letters to Friedrich were equally warm, but also revealed her passionate intensity and her strong opinions about virtually everything. She wrote about the book she was reading, the ideas she was exploring, the political events she was following in British newspapers. She offered advice on Prussian politics, sometimes presumptuously, but always with genuine desire to help. She discussed her ongoing education, the skills she was acquiring to prepare for her role as future Prussian crown princess, and she expressed her love and her eagerness to finally be united with him in Prussia, to begin the great work they would undertake together. Prince Albert used these 2 years to give Vicky the most intensive political education he could manage. He wrote her essay after essay on German politics, explaining the complex relationships between the various German states, the rivalry between Prussia and Austria, the hopes and obstacles facing German unification. He taught her about Prussian government and court protocol, about the key figures she would need to understand and navigate. He explained his vision of how Prussia could be transformed into a constitutional monarchy modelled on Britain, how Germany could be unified peacefully under enlightened leadership, rather than through war and force. Albert also made sure Vicky understood the formidable obstacles she would face in Prussia. He explained how conservative the Prussian aristocracy was, how deeply the military culture was entrenched, how suspicious Prussians would be of British influence. He warned her that she would be seen as a foreigner, that every misstep would be magnified, that she would need to be patient and diplomatic, even as she worked steadily toward reform. He tried to prepare her emotionally for the isolation and hostility she might encounter, hoping that foreknowledge would help her endure what was coming. This was an enormous burden to place on a teenage girl's shoulders. Albert was essentially training Vicky to be a political revolutionary within the Prussian system, to work toward fundamental transformation of how Prussia was governed. He expected her not just to be a good wife and mother, but to be an agent of historical change, a bridge between British liberalism and Prussian authoritarianism, a force for progress in a deeply conservative society. It was perhaps unrealistic to expect so much from one person, no matter how intelligent and determined. But Albert believed in his vision and in his daughter's capacity to achieve great things, and Vicky embraced the challenge with the earnest conviction of youth. Friedrich, unaware of quite how intensively his future bride was being prepared for political activism, spent these engagement years continuing his military training and beginning to assume more significant responsibilities. In January of 1857, the political situation in Prussia changed dramatically when King Friedrich Wilhelm IV, long suffering from mental illness, was officially declared incapable of ruling. Friedrich's father Wilhelm became Prince Regent, effectively ruling Prussia, while his brother remained technically king. This meant that Friedrich himself was now one step closer to the throne when Wilhelm became king officially, which would happen when Friedrich Wilhelm IV finally died in 1861. Friedrich would become crown prince. As the wedding day approached, both Friedrich and Vicky felt growing excitement mixed with nervousness. For Friedrich, marriage represented personal happiness and political partnership, the beginning of the life he had hoped for. For Vicky, it meant leaving her family and homeland, venturing into unknown territory, where she would be both princess and political operative, wife and reformer. For both of them, it represented hope that together they could make a difference, that their marriage could be more than just a personal union, but could help shape Germany's future for the better. The wedding of Prince Friedrich of Prussia and Princess Victoria of Great Britain took place on January the 25th, 1858, in the Chapel Royal of St. James's Palace in London. It was a grand affair attended by European royalty and nobility, with all the elaborate ceremony that Victorian Britain could muster. Queen Victoria gave away her eldest daughter with tears streaming down her face, overcome by the mixture of joy and sorrow that every mother feels watching her child marry and leave home, but intensified by the knowledge that Vicky would be going so far away, and that visits would be rare and difficult. The bride was 17 years old, small and compact in her elaborate white wedding gown, her face serious and pale with the weight of the moment. She was not just marrying a man she loved, but undertaking a mission that her father had convinced her could change European history. The groom was 26, tall and handsome in his Prussian general's uniform, his face showing both happiness at this personal milestone and perhaps some anxiety about the political challenges that lay ahead. To mark the occasion, Friedrich was promoted to Major General in the Prussian army, a sign of his father's approval and of his rising status, now that he was married to a British princess. After the wedding ceremony and the elaborate breakfast that followed, Friedrich and Vicky departed for Prussia, beginning the journey that would carry Vicky away from everything she had known to a new life in a foreign country. The trip across the Channel and through the German states took several days by rail and carriage, during which the newlyweds had their first real privacy together. These were precious days when they could simply be a young married couple, talking and laughing and beginning to know each other intimately, temporarily freed from the watchful eyes of courts and courtiers. But the idyll was brief. When they arrived in Berlin, they were immediately plunged into the demanding life of Prussian royalty. They were given apartments in the Crown Prince's Palace in Berlin, a significant residence, but one that required them to maintain a large household staff and to constantly fulfill social and ceremonial obligations. They would also spend time at various other royal residences, at Potsdam in the summer, at hunting lodges in the autumn, travelling to different parts of Prussia for military reviews and state visits. From the very beginning, Friedrich and Vicky's marriage was marked by genuine love and partnership. They had married for political reasons. Dynastic alliances always had such motivations, but they had also married because they genuinely liked and admired each other. This combination of political compatibility and personal affection made their marriage unusually successful by royal standards. They were intellectual companions who could discuss ideas for hours. They were political allies working toward shared goals. They were lovers who found genuine joy in each other's company, and they would prove to be devoted parents to the children they would have together. Friedrich had found in Vicky exactly what he needed, a wife who understood his political frustrations and shared his hopes for reform, who could advise him intelligently on complex matters, who brought energy and determination to their shared projects. Of the two, Vicky was clearly the more dominant personality. She was more intense, more passionate, quicker to form judgments, and more certain of her own rightness. Friedrich was gentler, more cautious, sometimes more willing to compromise or to wait for better opportunities. This dynamic would characterize their marriage. Vicky pushing and urging, Friedrich moderating and tempering, but both committed to the same basic goals. However, the marriage also immediately encountered the political realities that would shadow their entire life together. At the Prussian court and throughout the conservative establishment, Vicky was viewed with suspicion and hostility from the very start. She was English, which automatically made her suspect as a foreigner, who might put British interests ahead of Prussian ones. She was young and confident, which some older courtiers interpreted as arrogant and presumptuous. She made no effort to hide her liberal political views or her admiration for British institutions, which convinced conservatives that she was a dangerous radical bent on undermining Prussian traditions. The hostility Vicky encountered was both personal and political. Conservative ladies at court snubbed her, making catty remarks about her appearance and manners. Military officers and government officials treated her opinions with barely concealed contempt, viewing any political input from a woman, especially a foreign one, as improper interference. Newspapers, influenced by conservative politicians, published critical articles questioning whether the British princess truly had Prussia's best interest at heart. She was called the Englishwoman, as a term of derision, a constant reminder that she was viewed as an outsider who did not truly belong. This atmosphere was deeply painful for Vicky, who had come to Prussia with such high hopes and such earnest commitment to helping her adopted country. She had expected challenges. Her father had warned her about Prussian conservatism, but the actual experience of constant hostility and isolation was harder to bear than she had imagined. She wrote frequent letters to her mother and to her father, pouring out her frustrations and seeking emotional support, describing the loneliness of being surrounded by people who disliked her and the difficulty of maintaining her spirits in such a hostile environment. Friedrich suffered alongside his wife, pained by her distress, but often powerless to protect her. He could offer personal support and love, but he could not change the political culture of the Prussian court. His own liberal views meant that he too faced suspicion and criticism, though as a Hohenzollern prince and a successful military officer, he had more standing and respect than his foreign wife. Together, they formed a partnership of two against a hostile world, drawing strength from each other to endure the isolation and to continue working toward their goals despite the opposition. The most formidable opponent to Friedrich and Vicky's liberal vision would prove to be Otto von Bismarck. In 1862, 4 years after their marriage, Bismarck would be appointed Minister-President of Prussia, beginning a tenure of nearly 3 decades during which he would dominate German and European politics. Bismarck was a Junker through and through. a member of the Prussian landed nobility who believed absolutely in authoritarian monarchy, military power, and Prussian traditions. He was brilliant, ruthless, and completely convinced that liberal constitutionalism was weakness that would undermine Prussian strength. Bismarck viewed Vicky's influence over Friedrich as pernicious and dangerous, a British plot to weaken Prussia from within by encouraging foolish liberal reforms. He worked actively to undermine the Crown Prince and Princess, to limit their political influence, to isolate them from power. He planted stories in newspapers questioning their patriotism. He made sure they were excluded from important political decisions. He maneuvered to ensure that when they offered opinions or advice, they were ignored or overruled. The mutual antipathy between Bismarck and the Crown Prince couple would be one of the defining features of Prussian politics for the next quarter century. But in early 1858, just a few months after their wedding, Friedrich and Vicky faced a different challenge, one that was personal and joyful rather than political and frustrating. Vicky discovered she was pregnant with their first child. For any young couple, especially royalty for whom producing heirs was a crucial duty, this was exciting news. Vicky was nervous about childbirth, having heard from her mother and other women about the pain and danger involved. But she was also eager to become a mother, to have a child with Friedrich, to begin building the family that would be central to their life together. The pregnancy progressed normally through the summer and autumn of 1858. Vicky remained active, continuing her social duties and her political discussions with Friedrich, though as she grew larger, she gradually withdrew more into private life, as was customary for pregnant women of her class. Friedrich fussed over her health and comfort, excited about becoming a father and protective of his young wife. On January the 27th, 1859, just over a year after their wedding, Vicky went into labor. What followed was a nightmare that would leave lasting scars on the entire family. The labor was extremely difficult and dangerous, going on for many hours with Vicky suffering terribly. The baby was in breech position, bottom first rather than head first, making delivery extremely difficult and dangerous for both mother and child. Modern medicine can handle breech births relatively safely, but in 1859 the options were limited and the risks enormous. The royal physicians struggled to deliver the baby without killing mother or child. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of Vicky's screams and struggles, they managed to extract the infant, a boy, which meant an heir had been provided. But the difficult birth had consequences. The baby's left arm had been severely damaged during delivery, likely from nerve trauma, as the doctors pulled him out. The arm would never develop normally, remaining essentially paralyzed and undersized for the child's entire life. Medical historians believe the boy suffered from Erb's palsy, a condition caused by damage to the brachial plexus nerves during birth trauma. They named the baby Wilhelm, after his paternal grandfather. Little Wilhelm's birth should have been an occasion for pure joy, a healthy male heir continuing the Hohenzollern line. Instead, it was shadowed by the child's disability and by Vicky's agonizing recovery from the traumatic delivery. She had nearly died, and the experience left her physically weakened and emotionally traumatized. She felt guilty about Wilhelm's injured arm, blaming herself for the difficult birth, even though it was not truly her fault. This guilt would poison her relationship with her eldest son throughout both their lives. As Wilhelm grew from baby to toddler to young boy, his arm remained a constant source of frustration and shame. The withered limb was noticeably smaller than his right arm, and he could barely move it. For a boy growing up in the hyper-masculine military culture of Prussian aristocracy, where physical prowess and martial skills were supremely valued, this disability was devastating. Wilhelm felt like a failure. like he could never measure up to the ideals of Prussian manhood, like his own body betrayed him every moment of every day. Vicky, desperate to help her son and haunted by guilt, subjected Wilhelm to a series of painful and ultimately futile treatments. Doctors tried various therapies, including some that were little better than medieval torture. Dead animals were bound to Wilhelm's paralyzed arm in a folk cure meant to transfer vitality. The arm was stretched and manipulated painfully in attempts to strengthen the muscles. Wilhelm was forced into elaborate harnesses and contraptions meant to improve his posture and strengthen his weak side. None of it worked. The arm remained paralyzed, and the treatments only created resentment and pain. These medical interventions were not just physically painful, but psychologically cruel. Wilhelm came to associate his mother with pain, to see her as someone who hurt him in the name of helping him, to feel that she was ashamed of him and desperate to fix what she saw as his fundamental defectiveness. These early experiences would contribute to Wilhelm's lifelong troubled relationship with Vicky, a relationship marked by his resentment of her and her frustrated disappointment in him. Despite the trauma of Wilhelm's birth, Friedrich and Vicky continued building their family over the following years. In July of 1860, they had a second child, a daughter they named Charlotte, after Friedrich's grandmother. Charlotte was healthy and normal, a relief after Wilhelm's difficult birth. She would grow up to marry Bernhard III, Duke of Saxe-Meiningen, and would have a reasonably happy if unremarkable life. In August of 1862 came their third child, another son named Heinrich. Heinrich, called Henry in English, would grow up to join the German Navy rather than the army, eventually becoming Grand Admiral. He would marry Princess Irene of Hesse, one of Vicky's nieces, and therefore also a grandchild of Queen Victoria. Heinrich had a successful naval career and maintained better relations with his parents than Wilhelm did, sharing more of their liberal sympathies, though never becoming politically active, in support of reform. September of 1864 brought their fourth child, a son named Sigismund. This baby seemed healthy at birth, and Friedrich and Vicky were delighted to have another son. But tragedy struck in 1866, when little Sigismund, not yet 2 years old, became ill with meningitis. Despite the best medical care available, the child died, breaking his parents' hearts. It was their first experience of losing a child, and the grief was overwhelming. They buried little Sigismund with all due ceremony, but no amount of royal pomp could ease the pain of losing a baby they had loved. April of 1866 brought some joy to balance the sorrow. A third daughter was born and named Victoria, after her mother and grandmother. Young Victoria, sometimes called Moretta, to distinguish her from the other Victorias in the family, would have a complicated life. She would marry Prince Adolf of Schaumburg-Lippe, but the marriage would be unhappy and childless. After Adolf's death, she would remarry to a controversial Russian émigré named Alexander Zubkov, a marriage that shocked the family and further complicated her already difficult relationships. In February of 1868, Friedrich and Vicky welcomed their sixth child, a son named Waldemar. This boy was healthy and charming, beloved by his parents and siblings, but tragedy would strike again. In 1879, when Waldemar was only 11 years old, he contracted diphtheria during an epidemic. The disease ravaged his throat, making breathing increasingly difficult. Despite desperate efforts by doctors, Waldemar died, another son lost to the diseases that killed so many children even in wealthy families in that era. Friedrich and Vicky were devastated again, the loss of their second child a grief that would never entirely heal. June of 1870 brought the birth of their seventh child, a daughter named Sophie. Sophie would prove to be one of the most successful of their children in terms of personal happiness and historical significance. She would marry Crown Prince Constantine of Greece, who would later briefly reign as King Constantine I. Sophie would become Queen of Greece and would navigate the complex, often dangerous politics of early 20th century Greece with considerable skill. She and her mother maintained a close, affectionate relationship throughout both their lives. Finally, in April of 1872, came their eighth and last child, a daughter named Margaret, called Mossy in the family. Margaret would marry Prince Friedrich Karl of Hesse and would have 6 children of her own. She remained close to her parents and shared their liberal political sympathies, though like most of their children except Wilhelm, she had no opportunity to exercise political influence. 8 children in 14 years of marriage. This was exhausting for Vicky, taking a toll on her health and energy. Royal women were expected to produce heirs, and Vicky fulfilled this duty admirably. But the losses of Sigismund and Waldemar left permanent scars. Every parent who has lost a child carries that grief forever, and Friedrich and Vicky were no exception. They found some comfort in their surviving children and in their grandchildren as they eventually arrived. But the empty places at the family table could never be entirely filled. Through all these years of marriage and child rearing, Friedrich and Vicky maintained their close partnership and their commitment to their political goals. They discussed Prussian politics endlessly, analyzing every development, strategizing about how they might influence events when Friedrich finally inherited the throne. They hosted salons where like-minded liberals could gather and discuss reform, creating a small circle of people who shared their vision for Germany's future. They wrote letters to political allies across Germany and Europe, building networks and trying to create constituencies for constitutional change. But they also faced the constant frustration of being politically isolated and powerless. Wilhelm, now Prince Regent and effectively ruling Prussia, had no patience for his son's liberal views. Bismarck actively worked against them, ensuring they were excluded from important decisions and that their advice was ignored. The conservative establishment viewed them with suspicion and hostility, treating them as threats to the established order, rather than as valuable resources who might help Prussia navigate the modern age more successfully. This isolation was emotionally and psychologically difficult for both of them, but especially for Friedrich, who as a man and as crown prince might have expected to wield significant influence, but instead found himself sidelined and ignored. He would sometimes fall into depression, questioning whether his life had any purpose if he could not work toward the reforms he believed necessary. Vicky, with her passionate intensity and her conviction in the rightness of their cause, would pull him out of these dark moods, reminding him that his chance would come when he became emperor, that all their waiting and preparation would eventually pay off, that they needed to remain ready for the opportunity that must surely arrive eventually. They could not know that Friedrich's opportunity, when it finally came, would last only 99 days before death claimed him. They lived in hope, planning for a future that would never arrive, building a partnership that would be tested by tragedy, but would endure until Friedrich's last breath. Their marriage was many things: a love match, a political alliance, a refuge from hostile courts, a workshop for planning reform, a family built on affection and shared values. It was not perfect. No marriage is. But it was genuine and deep and characterized by mutual respect and support that lasted through decades of challenges. The early years of Friedrich and Vicky's marriage coincided with a period of rising tensions across Europe over the question of German unification. Since Napoleon's defeat in 1815, the German-speaking lands had been loosely organized under the German Confederation, a weak federal structure dominated by Austria and including Prussia and dozens of smaller states, German nationalists increasingly demanded something stronger, a unified German nation-state that could stand as a great power equal to France, Britain and Russia. But how should Germany be unified? And under whose leadership? These questions divided German politics and created opportunities for ambitious statesmen to pursue their visions through diplomacy or war. Otto von Bismarck, who became Minister-President of Prussia in September of 1862, had a clear answer. Germany would be unified through Prussian military force, under Prussian leadership, without Austria, and without much concern for constitutional niceties or popular sentiment. This was the policy of blood and iron that Bismarck announced to the Prussian parliament, shocking liberals who hoped for peaceful, constitutional unification. Friedrich and Vicky watched Bismarck's appointment with dismay and foreboding. They knew his reputation as an ultra-conservative who despised liberalism and constitutional government. They understood that Bismarck's methods would involve warfare and authoritarian rule, rather than the peaceful, democratic unification they hoped for. And they recognized that Bismarck would be a formidable opponent to their reform plans, someone who would work tirelessly to marginalize them and to prevent any liberal transformation of Prussia. Their fears were quickly confirmed. Bismarck immediately moved to resolve Prussia's constitutional crisis by simply ignoring the parliament and collecting taxes without legislative approval, governing in defiance of the constitution. This was exactly the kind of authoritarian behavior that Friedrich and Vicky opposed, yet they were powerless to stop it. Wilhelm, now King Wilhelm I, following his brother's death in January 1861, supported Bismarck completely and dismissed his son's objections as naive idealism. The first test of Bismarck's approach came with the Schleswig-Holstein question, one of the most complex territorial disputes in 19th century Europe. Schleswig and Holstein were two duchies at the base of the Jutland Peninsula, controlled by the Danish crown, but with predominantly German populations in Holstein and a mixed population in Schleswig. The legal status of these duchies was extraordinarily complicated, involving competing claims from Denmark, various German states, and different branches of European royal families. A contemporary quip held that only 3 people had ever understood the Schleswig-Holstein question: Prince Albert, who was dead, a German professor who had gone mad, and a third person who had forgotten. In November of 1863, the Danish king Friedrich III died without direct heirs, creating a succession crisis. The new Danish king, Christian IX, immediately signed the November Constitution, which attempted to integrate Schleswig more fully into the Danish kingdom. German nationalists throughout the German Confederation erupted in outrage, viewing this as an unacceptable attempt to Danify a German population. They demanded that the Confederation take military action to protect the German inhabitants of the duchies. Bismarck saw opportunity in the crisis. He maneuvered to have Prussia and Austria jointly intervene in the dispute, carefully sidelining the smaller German states and the Confederation itself. This was classic Bismarck, using a nationalist issue for Prussian state interests, while actually preventing the kind of popular national movement that might threaten authoritarian monarchy. In February of 1864, Prussian and Austrian forces invaded Schleswig, beginning what would be called the Second Schleswig War. Friedrich, now 32 years old and with the rank of general, was given command of Prussian forces in this campaign. It was his first experience commanding troops in actual combat, moving from the theoretical study of warfare to the brutal reality of men killing each other with rifles and artillery. The experience would mark him profoundly, shaping his lifelong hatred of war despite his success as a military commander. The war itself was relatively brief and, from the Prussian perspective, successful. The Danish forces were outnumbered and outgunned by the combined Prussian-Austrian armies. They fought bravely, particularly at the fortress of Dibble, where Danish defenders held out against siege for weeks before finally being overwhelmed. But the outcome was never really in doubt. By October of 1864, Denmark was forced to surrender and sign the Treaty of Vienna, ceding Schleswig and Holstein to joint Prussian-Austrian administration. Friedrich performed his military duties successfully during this campaign, demonstrating competent leadership and tactical skill. He won praise from his military superiors and from his father, the king. Soldiers who served under him spoke well of his leadership and his concern for their welfare. He was proving himself as a capable Prussian officer, living up to the Hohenzollern military tradition, even though his heart was not in it. But Friedrich took no joy in the victory. He had seen men die, his own soldiers and the enemy Danes, and the sight and smell of death haunted him. He had watched wounded men suffering in field hospitals, crying out in pain, dying slowly from infections and blood loss. He had seen villages destroyed by artillery bombardment, civilian populations displaced and terrorized by military operations. War, he realized with profound conviction, was not the glorious, heroic enterprise that military culture celebrated. It was horror and waste, suffering and destruction, something to be avoided whenever possible rather than embraced eagerly. Moreover, Friedrich opposed the war on political and moral grounds. Before the fighting began, he had been the only member of the Prussian Crown Council to uphold the rights of the Duke of Augustenburg, a candidate whom many German nationalists supported for leadership of Schleswig-Holstein. The Duke represented a potentially liberal, constitutional settlement that might respect the wishes of the duchy's German inhabitants. But Bismarck had no intention of allowing such an outcome. He wanted Schleswig-Holstein for Prussia, not for some independent German prince who might pursue policies contrary to Prussian interests. Friedrich had also described the prospect of war with Austria, Prussia's nominal ally in the Danish campaign, as fratricide, Germans fighting against Germans. He believed passionately that German unification should come through peaceful agreement and constitutional development, not through the military conquest of other German states. He felt that Bismarck's methods were morally wrong and politically counterproductive, likely to create a Germany built on force rather than consent, on military power rather than shared values and democratic legitimacy. But his objections were overruled. Bismarck had Wilhelm I's complete support, and the king was not interested in his son's liberal qualms about the methods being used to advance Prussian power. Friedrich could express his views in private councils, but when ordered to take command and fight, he obeyed. This pattern, Friedrich objecting on principle, being overruled, then dutifully carrying out orders he had opposed, would characterize his entire military career. He was a Prussian prince and officer, bound by duty and family loyalty to serve, even when he disagreed with the policies he was implementing. Vicky shared Friedrich's moral revulsion at the war and his frustration with Bismarck's cynical manipulation of nationalist sentiment. She wrote bitter letters to her mother, Queen Victoria, expressing her distress at seeing her adopted country pursue aggressive policies rather than the liberal, peaceful course she and Friedrich advocated. She worried that each Prussian military success would strengthen Bismarck politically and make constitutional reform even more difficult. And she was right to worry. The successful war against Denmark did indeed enhance Bismarck's prestige and weaken liberal opposition. The aftermath of the war proved Friedrich's concerns justified. Rather than allowing Schleswig-Holstein to become an independent German state under liberal leadership, Bismarck maneuvered to keep the duchies under Prussian-Austrian joint control, creating a deliberately unstable arrangement that would provide a pretext for future conflict with Austria. The war had advanced Prussian power, but had not advanced German unity or constitutional government. It had been, from Friedrich's perspective, a wasteful exercise in military aggression that strengthened exactly the forces he most opposed. The joint Prussian-Austrian administration of Schleswig-Holstein proved unworkable, exactly as Bismarck had intended. From 1864 through 1866, Prussia and Austria bickered constantly over how to govern the duchies, with Bismarck deliberately creating provocations and disputes. Behind this surface conflict over Schleswig-Holstein lay the much larger question of who would dominate the German states, Prussia or Austria. This rivalry had existed for centuries, but by the mid-1860s it was coming to a head. Bismarck worked systematically to isolate Austria diplomatically and prepare for war. He secured French neutrality through vague promises to Napoleon III about possible territorial compensation. He allied with the newly unified Kingdom of Italy, which was eager to seize the Austrian-controlled region of Venetia. He modernized and expanded the Prussian army, equipping it with new breech-loading rifles that could fire much faster than the muzzle loaders used by most European armies. By early 1866, everything was ready for the showdown Bismarck had been engineering. Friedrich, now 34 years old, watched these preparations with growing horror. The prospect of war between Prussia and Austria, the two leading German powers, filled him with despair. How could Germany be unified if Germans were slaughtering each other in fratricidal conflict? How could the liberal, constitutional Germany he dreamed of emerge from such bloodshed? He spoke out forcefully against the coming war in family and court circles, arguing that it was morally wrong and politically unnecessary, that Prussian-Austrian tensions could be resolved through negotiation and compromise rather than through violence. Vicky fully supported Friedrich's opposition to the war. She used her connections to British politicians and to her mother, Queen Victoria, to try to generate international pressure against Prussian aggression. She wrote letter after letter arguing that war would be a catastrophe, that Bismarck was leading Prussia down a dangerous path, that her father-in-law, Wilhelm II, was being manipulated into an unjust conflict. Her efforts accomplished nothing. Britain had no intention of intervening militarily in a German civil war, but they did further cement her reputation in conservative Prussian circles as a meddling foreign influence who put British interests ahead of Prussian ones. Despite all their objections and efforts, Friedrich and Vicky could not prevent the war. In June of 1866, Prussia invaded several smaller German states allied with Austria, and the Austro-Prussian War began. It would last only 7 weeks, ending in decisive Prussian victory, but those 7 weeks would reshape German and European politics for generations to come. Friedrich was given command of the Second Army, one of 3 Prussian armies that would invade Austrian-controlled Bohemia. His chief of staff was General Leonhard Graf von Blumenthal, an experienced and capable officer who would work closely with Friedrich throughout the campaign. The Second Army consisted of over 100,000 men, organized into multiple corps, a massive force that Friedrich would have to coordinate and maneuver through difficult terrain while facing determined Austrian resistance. The campaign began badly for Friedrich. On June the 27th, 1866, his Second Army encountered strong Austrian forces at the Battle of Trautenau in northern Bohemia. The Austrians, commanded by General Ludwig von Gablenz, were well positioned on high ground and fought with skill and courage. Friedrich's troops attacked repeatedly, but were unable to break through Austrian defences. By the end of the day, Friedrich had suffered his first significant military defeat, with several thousand casualties and nothing to show for them. The defeat at Trautenau was a humbling experience for Friedrich. He had commanded troops in Denmark, but that had been a relatively easy campaign against a weaker opponent. Now he faced a peer military power led by competent officers and composed of brave soldiers, and his forces had been thrown back with heavy losses. He spent the night after the battle visiting wounded soldiers in field hospitals, seeing men with shattered limbs and terrible wounds, listening to their cries of pain. The horror of what he had ordered these men into weighed heavily on his conscience, but Friedrich learned from defeat. He consulted closely with Blumenthal, adjusting his tactics and his approach to command. He pushed his army forward despite the setback, determined to fulfill his duty even though his heart remained opposed to the war itself. His soldiers responded to his leadership, appreciating his concern for their welfare, even as he drove them forward into continued combat. The decisive moment of the war came on July 3rd, 1866, at Königgrätz in Bohemia, known to the Austrians as the Battle of Sadowa. This would be one of the largest and most important battles of the 19th century, involving over 400,000 soldiers and determining the future course of German history. The Prussian First Army, commanded by Prince Friedrich Karl, attacked the main Austrian army under General Ludwig von Benedek. The battle raged through the morning and into the afternoon, with enormous casualties on both sides and the outcome uncertain. Then, at the crucial moment around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Friedrich's Second Army arrived on the battlefield. He had marched his forces hard to reach Königgrätz in time, and now he led them in a decisive attack on the Austrian right flank. The fresh Prussian troops, attacking from an unexpected direction, broke through Austrian defences and began rolling up their line. The Austrian army, already exhausted from hours of combat with Friedrich Karl's forces, could not withstand this new assault. By evening, the Austrian position had collapsed, and Benedek was ordering a retreat that quickly became a rout. Friedrich's timely arrival and his effective command during the assault had proven decisive. His Second Army's attack had turned a bloody, uncertain struggle into a complete Prussian victory. By nightfall, the Austrians had lost approximately 40,000 men killed, wounded, or captured, along with most of their artillery. The Prussian losses were also significant, about 9,000 casualties, but the outcome was clear. The Austrian army was broken, unable to continue the war effectively. Friedrich was praised as a military hero, celebrated throughout Prussia for his role in the decisive victory. He received promotions and decorations. Soldiers and citizens alike lauded him. He had proven his military competence beyond any doubt, showing that he could command large forces effectively under the pressure of major combat. From a purely military perspective, Königgrätz was the triumph of his career, the moment when he demonstrated that he was not just a prince playing at being a soldier, but a genuinely capable commander. Yet Friedrich himself felt no triumph. The bloodshed he had witnessed filled him with revulsion and sorrow. The battlefield after Königgrätz was a scene of indescribable horror. Thousands of dead and wounded men scattered across miles of ground, the cries of the injured filling the air, the smell of blood and gunpowder and human waste overwhelming. Friedrich rode across this landscape of death and suffering, and it broke his heart. In the days before Königgrätz, he had written to Vicky expressing his hope that this would be his last war, that perhaps after this Germany could find peace and unity through means other than violence. After the battle, he wrote to her again with a question that would prove prophetic. Who knows whether we may not have to wage a third war in order to keep what we have now won? He understood intuitively what the coming decades would prove, that military victory might bring power but not lasting peace, that defeating Austria would not solve the fundamental problems of German politics, that more bloodshed likely lay ahead. It was a remarkably prescient insight from a man still in the immediate aftermath of his greatest military success. The political aftermath of the war reshaped Germany fundamentally. Austria was expelled from German affairs, ending centuries of Habsburg influence over the German states. Bismarck created the North German Confederation, a federal structure dominated by Prussia that united most of the northern and central German states, while excluding Austria and the southern states of Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden. A new constitution gave this confederation a federal structure with a parliament elected by universal male suffrage. But real power remained with the Prussian king and with Bismarck as federal chancellor. Friedrich and other liberals hoped this new constitution might lead to gradual democratization and constitutional government. The universal male suffrage seemed like progress, and the existence of a federal parliament suggested that representative institutions might slowly gain power. But Bismarck had crafted the system carefully to preserve authoritarian control while giving the appearance of modern, liberal government. The Chancellor was responsible only to the king, not to Parliament. The military remained completely outside civilian control. Prussia's dominance of the Federation meant that Prussian conservatives effectively controlled the whole structure. More profoundly, the victory over Austria produced a dramatic shift in German public opinion and liberal politics. Many liberals who had fiercely opposed Bismarck's unconstitutional methods and his aggressive foreign policy now found themselves torn between their principles and their nationalism. Bismarck had succeeded where they had failed. He had used military force to exclude Austria from German affairs and to unify northern Germany under Prussian leadership. The Frankfurt Parliament of 1848 had tried to achieve German unity through democratic means and had failed completely. Bismarck had achieved in 7 weeks what liberals had been unable to accomplish through years of speeches and parliamentary debates. This success produced what historians call the liberal capitulation. Many liberals decided to make peace with Bismarck, to support his policies while hoping to gradually liberalize the system from within. They formed the National Liberal Party, which would become Bismarck's principal political support in Parliament for the next decade. These liberals convinced themselves that national unification had to come first, that constitutional reform could wait, that Bismarck's success justified his methods. For Friedrich, watching this liberal collapse was almost as painful as the war itself. He had spent years advocating for constitutional reform and peaceful unification. Now he saw that military victory had defeated his political cause more completely than any logical argument could have. Bismarck had proven that power, not principles, determined political outcomes in 19th century Europe. The Iron Chancellor's prestige and authority were now unshakable, built on concrete achievements rather than abstract ideals. Friedrich's hopes for liberal reform seemed more distant than ever, pushed aside by the cruel logic of military success. Vicky shared Friedrich's despair at this turn of events. She had come to Prussia hoping to help transform it into a constitutional monarchy along British lines. Instead, she was watching Prussia become more militaristic and authoritarian, with Bismarck's power growing after each war. She wrote bitter, frustrated letters to her mother, describing how her dreams were being crushed by events she could not control. Queen Victoria, reading her daughter's despairing correspondence, could only offer sympathy and encouragement to endure. There was nothing she or anyone else could do to change the political trajectory that Bismarck had set in motion. Friedrich and Vicky's opposition to the war also had personal costs. Their already strained relationships with Wilhelm I became worse, as the king viewed their objections as undermining his policies and showing disloyalty to Prussia. Conservative courtiers used the couple's anti-war stance as further evidence that they were dangerous liberals influenced by British weakness rather than German strength. Bismarck filed away knowledge of their opposition for future use, knowing that when Friedrich eventually became king, the Chancellor would need to find ways to control or sideline him. Yet despite everything, Friedrich had done his duty as a Prussian prince and officer. When ordered to fight, he had fought with skill and courage. When commanded to attack, he had led his men forward without hesitation. He had won battles and achieved the military objectives assigned to him. No one could accuse him of failing in his military obligations, even though everyone knew he opposed the war politically. This tension between personal convictions and public duty, between moral qualms and military success, would define Friedrich's entire relationship with the wars of German unification. 4 years of uneasy peace followed the Austro-Prussian War. During this time, tensions gradually built between Prussia and France, the two great powers whose rivalry would determine Europe's future. France, under Emperor Napoleon III, viewed Prussia's growing power with alarm. The French had long considered themselves the dominant power in continental Europe, but Prussia's emergence as a unified force controlling most of northern Germany threatened French security and prestige. Napoleon III and his government looked for ways to check Prussian expansion, particularly to prevent the southern German states, Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden, from falling under Prussian control. French diplomats worked to maintain French influence in southern Germany, to keep alive the possibility of a third Germany that would be neither Austrian nor Prussian. French military planners prepared for a possible war with Prussia, though they underestimated how thoroughly Bismarck had prepared for exactly such a conflict. Bismarck, for his part, saw war with France as the final step needed to complete German unification. The southern German states remained outside the North German Confederation, preserving their independence and maintaining closer ties to Catholic Austria than to Protestant Prussia. Bismarck believed that only a common war against an external enemy, specifically France, the traditional foe that all Germans feared and resented, could overcome southern German reluctance to join a Prussian-dominated United Germany. The crisis that triggered war came from an unexpected direction in the summer of 1870. The Spanish throne had been vacant since 1868, when a revolution deposed Queen Isabella II. After considering various candidates, Spanish leaders offered the crown to Prince Leopold of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen, a distant relative of the Prussian royal family. Leopold initially declined, but after discussions with Bismarck and Wilhelm I, he reconsidered and prepared to accept the Spanish offer. The prospect of a Hohenzollern prince ruling Spain alarmed France, which feared being surrounded by hostile powers. French Foreign Minister Antoine Agénor, Duc de Gramont, delivered aggressive warnings to Prussia, demanding that Leopold withdraw his candidacy. Under this diplomatic pressure, Leopold did withdraw on July 12, 1870. The crisis seemed resolved, and war appeared to have been averted. But the French government, emboldened by this diplomatic success, overplayed its hand. Gramont instructed the French ambassador, Count Vincent Benedetti, to approach King Wilhelm III, who was vacationing at the spa town of Bad Ems, and demand not just that Leopold withdraw, which had already happened, but that Wilhelm promised that no Hohenzollern would ever seek the Spanish throne again under any circumstances. It was an insulting demand, asking the king to bind himself and his entire family for all future time. Wilhelm politely but firmly refused to make such a sweeping commitment. He saw no reason to humiliate himself by making promises about hypothetical future situations. The meeting was cordial, though disagreement was clear. Wilhelm's secretary sent a telegram to Bismarck in Berlin, describing the encounter and giving the Chancellor permission to publish an account of it as he saw fit. Bismarck seized the opportunity. He edited the telegram, the famous Ems dispatch, shortening it and altering its tone to make it seem more confrontational than the actual exchange had been. When published in newspapers, the edited version made it appear that Wilhelm had rudely dismissed the French ambassador, while simultaneously making it seem that France had made arrogant, unacceptable demands. Public opinion in both countries erupted in outrage. The French felt their ambassador had been insulted. The Prussians felt France had made humiliating demands. Both governments mobilized for war. On July the 19th, 1870, France declared war on Prussia. Napoleon III and his ministers were confident of victory. France had a large, experienced army with modern rifles and artillery. French military doctrine emphasized aggressive offense and the supposedly superior elan of French soldiers. Napoleon himself would take personal command, reenacting his uncle's glorious campaigns. It would be, they believed, a short, victorious war that would restore French prestige and check Prussian ambitions. But Napoleon had made catastrophic miscalculations. He had expected Austria and other European powers to join France against Prussia. Instead, France found itself diplomatically isolated. More importantly, he had underestimated how thoroughly Bismarck's diplomacy had prepared for this conflict. When France declared war on Prussia alone, the southern German states, Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden, rallied to Prussia's side, viewing France as the aggressor and honoring their secret defensive treaties with Prussia. Suddenly, Napoleon faced not just Prussia, but a coalition of nearly all German states. Militarily, the German armies were superior in every respect. Prussia's general staff, under Helmuth von Moltke, had planned the mobilization and concentration of forces with meticulous precision. Railways carried hundreds of thousands of soldiers to the front in organized waves. The breech-loading rifles that had proven so effective against Austria gave German infantry a huge advantage in rate of fire. German artillery was superior in range and accuracy. Most importantly, German military organization and doctrine emphasized quick mobilization, rapid offensive action, and the flexible cooperation of multiple armies, what we would now call combined arms warfare. Friedrich, now 38 years old, was given command of the Third Army, consisting of troops from the southern German states. This was a significant political assignment as well as a military one, as command of southern German forces helped integrate them into the broader German war effort and demonstrated that this was a national German struggle, not just Prussian aggression. Working once again with General Blumenthal as his chief of staff, Friedrich would lead this army through a campaign that would prove even more successful than the Austrian War. The war opened with a series of German victories in early August. On August the 4th, Friedrich's Third Army defeated French forces at the Battle of Wissembourg in Alsace, a border region that had been part of France since the 17th century, but had a significant German-speaking population. The victory was achieved through superior numbers and firepower, with German artillery pounding French positions before infantry moved in to occupy them. French soldiers fought bravely, but were simply overwhelmed by better organized German forces. 2 days later, on August the 6th, came the Battle of Wörth, another victory for Friedrich's Third Army. This battle was larger and more significant, involving over 100,000 troops on each side. French forces commanded by Marshal Patrice de MacMahon were strongly positioned on heights overlooking the battlefield. They had modern chassepot rifles with longer range than the German weapons, but German numerical superiority and superior artillery gradually wore down French resistance. After hours of bloody fighting, MacMahon was forced to retreat, leaving thousands of casualties behind. Friedrich's leadership during these battles earned him praise from military observers and from his own soldiers. He was calm under fire, making clear decisions quickly and communicating them effectively to his subordinate commanders. He showed concern for his soldiers' welfare, ensuring that wounded men received medical attention and that his troops were properly supplied. Officers who served under him described him as demanding but fair, pushing his men hard but never recklessly wasting their lives. Yet once again, Friedrich found no joy in victory. After the Battle of Wörth, a British journalist witnessed Friedrich visiting wounded Prussian soldiers in field hospitals, walking among the rows of suffering men, stopping to speak to each soldier personally, offering words of encouragement and gratitude for their service. The journalist wrote admiringly about the Crown Prince's compassion and his obvious emotional connection to the men who fought under his command. This was not just ceremonial duty, but genuine empathy. Friedrich was deeply affected by the suffering his orders had caused, even though he believed he was fulfilling his duty to his country. French journalists also noted Friedrich's humane treatment of French prisoners and the wounded. Unlike some German commanders who viewed the French with contempt or hatred, Friedrich treated enemy soldiers with respect, ensuring they received proper care and were not abused or mistreated. After one battle, he remarked to two French journalists who had been allowed to visit Prussian headquarters, "I do not like war, gentlemen. If I should reign, I would never make it." One of the French journalists later wrote that the Crown Prince has left countless traits of kindness and humanity in the land that he fought against. These actions and words reveal Friedrich's fundamental character. He was a soldier because duty required it, but he remained at heart a humanitarian who valued human life and dignity above military glory. He fought effectively when he had to fight, but he never forgot that war's victims were human beings with families and hopes and futures that were being destroyed by the violence he commanded. This attitude set him apart from many Prussian officers who glorified war and viewed compassion for the enemy as weakness. The decisive battle of the war came on September the 1st and 2nd at Sedan, near the Belgian border. Napoleon III had personally taken command of one French army and was attempting to relieve Marshal François Bazaine's army, which was besieged at Metz, but French movements were slow and poorly coordinated. Moltke's staff work identified the opportunity, and German forces converged on Sedan from multiple directions, trapping the French army against the Belgian border. Friedrich's Third Army attacked from the south, while other German forces closed the ring from the north and east. The Battle of Sedan was less a fair fight than a slaughter. French troops were surrounded, outnumbered, and pounded by superior German artillery. They fought with desperate courage, launching repeated attacks to try to break through German lines, but every assault was thrown back with heavy casualties. By the end of September, the 2nd, the French situation was hopeless. Napoleon III, recognizing that continued resistance would only mean more French deaths without changing the outcome, surrendered personally. He and over 100,000 French soldiers became prisoners of war. The defeat was absolutely catastrophic for France, not just militarily, but psychologically and politically. The Second Empire collapsed immediately. Napoleon abdicated and went into exile. A new government of national defense proclaimed the Third Republic and vowed to continue the war. But the military situation was hopeless. The capture of the French emperor was an event of enormous historical significance. Friedrich was present when Napoleon surrendered and when the fallen emperor was escorted through German lines to captivity. It must have been a sobering moment, seeing a man who had ruled one of Europe's great powers reduced to a prisoner, stripped of his throne by military defeat. Friedrich, who might someday rule Germany, could not help but reflect on the fragility of political power and the terrible consequences of military miscalculation. Following Sedan, Friedrich's Third Army marched on Paris, joining in the encirclement of the French capital. By September the 19th, Paris was completely surrounded by German forces. Friedrich's army held the southern portion of the siege lines, maintaining the blockade that would slowly starve the city into submission. The siege of Paris would last from September 1870 until January 1871, 4 months during which the great capital suffered terribly. The siege was a miserable experience for everyone involved. French civilians starving inside the city, German soldiers freezing in the trenches surrounding it. Bismarck wanted to bombard Paris immediately, to terrorize the civilian population into demanding surrender. He argued that shelling the city would save German lives by ending the war quickly. But the military commanders, including Friedrich and his father Wilhelm, resisted this brutal strategy. They preferred a methodical siege that would eventually force French surrender without the wholesale destruction of one of Europe's great cities. This was one of the few occasions when Friedrich's voice mattered in strategic decisions. His humane instincts and his reluctance to cause unnecessary civilian suffering aligned with military professional judgment that bombardment was unnecessary. Moltke's staff calculated that time and starvation would accomplish the objective without the complications that might arise from killing thousands of French civilians. So German artillery limited itself to military targets, and Paris was subjected to slow starvation rather than immediate destruction. The siege finally ended on January the 28th, 1871, when the government of national defense agreed to an armistice. The terms were harsh. France would pay an indemnity of 5 billion francs. Alsace and much of Lorraine, French territories with large German-speaking populations, would be ceded to Germany. German troops would stage a victory parade through the streets of Paris in a final humiliation. The Franco-Prussian War was over, ending in complete German victory. But before the war even officially ended, an event of tremendous historical significance occurred. On January the 18th, 1871, in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles, the very heart of French royal power, King Wilhelm I of Prussia was proclaimed German Emperor. The various German states, having fought together against France, agreed to unite under Prussian leadership. The German Empire was born, with Wilhelm as Kaiser, of a realm that stretched from the Rhine to the Russian border, from the North Sea to the Alps. Friedrich stood in the Hall of Mirrors, watching his father become emperor, and he must have experienced profoundly mixed emotions. This was German unification, the dream that nationalists had pursued for decades, finally achieved. Germany was now a unified nation-state, one of Europe's great powers, capable of standing equal to Britain, France, and Russia. The Prussian prince was now heir not just to a kingdom, but to an empire, Crown Prince of Germany, with all the prestige and responsibility that implied. Yet the unification had been achieved through 3 wars, through the bloodshed of hundreds of thousands of men, through Bismarck's cynical manipulation and military force, rather than through the peaceful constitutional process that Friedrich and Vicky had advocated. The new empire's constitution preserved authoritarian elements. The emperor had vast powers. The chancellor was responsible only to the emperor, not to the elected Reichstag. The military remained outside meaningful civilian control. It was German unity, but not the liberal constitutional Germany that Friedrich had dreamed of, not the enlightened nation-state that his father-in-law, Prince Albert, had envisioned when he arranged Friedrich's marriage to Vicky. For his service in the Franco-Prussian War, Friedrich was promoted to Field Marshal on October the 28th, 1870, the highest military rank in the Prussian army. The promotion recognized his successful command of the Third Army through a victorious campaign. It also symbolized his status as one of Germany's most accomplished military leaders. a warrior prince who had proven himself in 3 wars. The British newspaper The Times published a tribute to him, stating that the prince has won as much honour for his generosity as for his military achievements. This recognition of his humanity meant more to Friedrich than the military honours. He wanted to be remembered not as a conqueror, but as a humane leader who had tried to minimize suffering even in the midst of war, who had treated enemies with respect, who had never forgotten that soldiers were human beings rather than mere instruments of policy. These values, so at odds with the militaristic culture that dominated Prussia and the new German Empire, would remain central to Friedrich's identity throughout his life. Vicky, watching from Berlin and following the war through Friedrich's letters and newspaper reports, felt the same mixture of pride in her husband's accomplishments and despair at the direction events were taking. She was proud that Friedrich had proven himself a capable commander, relieved that he had survived the war unharmed, moved by reports of his compassionate treatment of wounded soldiers and prisoners. But she was devastated that German unification had come through Bismarck's methods rather than through the liberal, peaceful means she and Friedrich had advocated. Every Prussian military victory strengthened Bismarck politically and pushed the dream of constitutional reform further out of reach. The wars of German unification, the Danish War of 1864, the Austro-Prussian War of 1866, and the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 71, had reshaped European politics and had established Germany as a great power. Friedrich had played a significant role in these events, commanding armies with distinction and earning genuine respect as a military leader. But he had also emerged from these experiences more convinced than ever that war was terrible and that Prussia and Germany needed political reform and constitutional limits on military power if they were to avoid future disasters. These convictions would shape the rest of Friedrich's life, but would also isolate him politically. In the triumphant Germany of 1871, flushed with military success and confident in its power, Friedrich's calls for restraint and reform sounded weak and out of touch. Bismarck's star had never shone brighter, his prestige based on concrete achievements that could not be denied. The liberal cause that Friedrich championed seemed defeated, discredited, irrelevant in a nation that had just proven that military force, rather than constitutional principles, determined political outcomes. The proclamation of the German Empire in January of 1871 transformed Friedrich's position and prospects fundamentally. He was no longer merely Crown Prince of Prussia, a kingdom that, while powerful, was just one of many European states. Now, he was Crown Prince of the German Empire, heir to a realm of 40 million people that stretched across Central Europe, one of the 5 great powers that dominated world affairs alongside Britain, France, Russia, and Austria-Hungary. It should have been a moment of tremendous excitement and opportunity, the beginning of real influence after years of preparation. Yet the reality was far different from what Friedrich might have hoped. At age 39 in 1871, he was in the prime of life, full of ideas and energy, experienced in both military and political affairs, married to an intelligent and politically engaged partner, and committed to a vision of constitutional reform that he believed essential for Germany's long-term stability and prosperity. His father, Wilhelm I, was 74 years old, a vigorous old man, but clearly in the final phase of his life. Everyone assumed that Friedrich would soon inherit the throne and finally have the opportunity to implement the liberal policies he had advocated for decades. But Wilhelm I proved remarkably long-lived, continuing to reign year after year after year. More importantly, the old emperor was completely under the influence of Otto von Bismarck, who, as imperial chancellor, held enormous power and had no intention of allowing the crown prince and princess to interfere with his policies. The result was that Friedrich remained perpetually the heir, always waiting, his ideas ignored, his advice unheeded, his influence minimal despite his exalted rank. This situation was profoundly frustrating for someone of Friedrich's temperament and convictions. He was not a man who craved power for its own sake, or who felt entitled to rule simply by virtue of birth. Rather, he genuinely believed that Germany needed political reform, constitutional limits on the Chancellor's power, a more meaningful role for the Reichstag, protection for civil liberties, respect for the rule of law. He thought these reforms would make Germany stronger and more stable in the long run, less vulnerable to the authoritarian impulses and policy errors that unchecked power enabled. Yet he could do nothing to advance these goals while his father lived and while Bismarck dominated German politics. As Crown Prince, Friedrich had ceremonial duties and social obligations. He represented the empire at state functions, attended military reviews, received foreign dignitaries, performed the endless round of appearances that royalty was expected to make. But he had no real authority to make policy or implement changes. He could express opinions in private conversations with his father or in court councils, but his views were routinely dismissed or ignored. The years from 1871 through 1888 would prove to be a long twilight of waiting and frustration, punctuated by a few moments when Friedrich could exercise limited influence but mostly characterized by his powerlessness to shape events. These years would test his patience, strain his relationship with his father, deepen his conflicts with Bismarck, and ultimately leave him embittered by wasted opportunities and unfulfilled potential. They would also strengthen his bond with Vicky, as they supported each other through shared disappointments and maintained their commitment to their political vision, even when it seemed hopeless. One brief moment when Friedrich thought he might finally have real authority came in 1878. On May the 11th of that year, Wilhelm I was riding through Berlin in his carriage when a man named Emil Max Hödel fired shots at him. The emperor was not hit, and Hödel's assassination attempt failed completely. But less than a month later, on June the 2nd, another attempt occurred. This time the assailant, Dr. Karl Nobiling, used a shotgun loaded with birdshot, firing from a window as the emperor's carriage passed below. Wilhelm was wounded in the head, face, and arms. Not life-threatening injuries, but serious enough to incapacitate him temporarily. With his father wounded and unable to perform his duties, Friedrich assumed the emperor's responsibilities as regent. For a few weeks, he had a taste of real power, the authority to make decisions and set policy. He attended cabinet meetings, reviewed documents, made appointments, and generally carried out the functions of head of state. It was what he had been preparing for his entire life, and he approached the role with seriousness and energy. But Friedrich's time as acting emperor lasted only 3 weeks. Wilhelm recovered more quickly than expected, eager to reassume his duties and unwilling to let his son exercise power any longer than absolutely necessary. By late June, Wilhelm was back in charge, and Friedrich was relegated once again to the sidelines. The brief experience of wielding authority and then having it taken away was deeply frustrating and disappointing, a cruel taste of what might have been. Worse still, the assassination attempts were used by Bismarck to push through anti-socialist legislation that Friedrich opposed. Bismarck blamed the would-be assassins on the social democratic movement, though the evidence for such connection was thin at best. He introduced harsh laws banning socialist organizations, prohibiting their meetings and publications, and giving police broad powers to suppress political dissent. These anti-socialist laws were exactly the kind of authoritarian measure that Friedrich believed was both unjust and counterproductive. likely to radicalize the working class rather than win their loyalty. Friedrich argued against the laws, pointing out that suppressing political movements only drove them underground and made them more extreme, that Germany needed to address legitimate working-class grievances through social reform rather than through police repression. But his objections were ignored. The laws passed the Reichstag and remained in effect for years, banning socialist parties and organizations while doing nothing to address the underlying social tensions that made socialism appealing to German workers. The experience of being briefly regent in 1878 and then watching Bismarck use the assassination attempts to strengthen authoritarian control left Friedrich depressed and questioning the value of his existence. What was the point of being crown prince if he had no influence, if his advice was ignored, if his liberal convictions were viewed as naive weakness? He fell into a dark mood during this period, and according to some accounts, he even contemplated suicide. So overwhelmed was he by his powerlessness and the frustration of watching Germany move in directions he believed were wrong and dangerous. Vicky helped pull Friedrich out of this depression, reminding him of his duties to their children and of the importance of remaining ready for the opportunity that must eventually come when he became emperor. She encouraged him to focus on the areas where he could make a difference, even if they were not the grand political reforms he dreamed of. She reminded him that every day he maintained his principles was a day of moral victory, even if no one else recognized it. Her support and her unwavering belief in their shared vision helped Friedrich endure these dark moments and continue forward. One area where Friedrich found more success and satisfaction during these crown prince years was cultural patronage. He was appointed protector of public museums, a ceremonial title that he took seriously and used to pursue his long-standing interest in art and culture. Friedrich worked tirelessly over many years to acquire important artistic collections for Berlin's museums, negotiating purchases, soliciting donations, and overseeing the expansion of museum facilities to house growing collections. His efforts helped transform Berlin from a provincial capital known mainly for its military might into a genuine cultural center that could rival Vienna, Paris, and London. The Kaiser Friedrich Museum, later renamed the Bode Museum, was built to house collections that Friedrich had acquired or inspired others to donate. This cultural work gave Friedrich a sense of purpose and allowed him to contribute positively to German society, even though he was blocked from implementing political reforms. Friedrich's work as museum patron also revealed his broader vision of what Germany should become. He believed that a truly great nation needed not just military power, but also cultural achievements, that Germany should be known for its contributions to art and learning as much as for its army. He wanted Berlin to be a city that attracted artists and intellectuals, a place where creativity flourished under royal patronage. This vision put him at odds with the more militaristic elements of German society, who viewed cultural pursuits as less important than military preparedness. But Friedrich persisted in his efforts throughout his years as Crown Prince. Another area where Friedrich and Vicky took courageous moral stands was in opposing anti-Semitism. During the years 1879 to 1881, a deeply troubling anti-Semitic movement emerged in Germany, led by prominent figures including Heinrich von Treitschke, a nationalist historian at the University of Berlin, and Adolf Stoecker, the court chaplain. These men sought to reverse the legal emancipation of German Jews that had occurred earlier in the century, to strip Jews of civil rights and economic opportunities, to make them second-class citizens excluded from full participation in German society. The movement gained disturbing traction, appealing to both ancient religious prejudices and modern economic anxieties. Treitschke published essays arguing that Jews were foreign elements in German society who could never truly become Germans, that their influence was corrupting German culture and values. Starker, preaching from his position as a prominent Protestant minister, blamed Jews for the social dislocations caused by industrialization and urbanization. Their rhetoric stirred up hatred and encouraged discrimination against Jewish Germans. Friedrich and Vicky publicly opposed this anti-Semitic campaign, at considerable political cost to themselves. Vicky wrote that she saw Treitschke and his supporters as lunatics of the most dangerous sort. Strong language from a crown princess who was supposed to remain above political controversy. She opined that Pastor Stoker properly belonged in an insane asylum, making clear her contempt for religious leaders who preached hatred. Friedrich shared her views completely, believing that all Germans deserved equal rights regardless of their religion. In 1880, to demonstrate their support for tolerance and their opposition to anti-Semitism, Friedrich and Vicky attended a synagogue service in Berlin. This was an extraordinary gesture for members of the royal family, a powerful symbolic statement that Jews were full members of German society worthy of respect. The act outraged conservative Christians who viewed Jews as enemies of Christianity and who were shocked that royalty would enter a Jewish house of worship. It delighted liberals in the Jewish community who saw it as royal validation of equal rights and religious tolerance. The stand against anti-Semitism was morally courageous, but politically damaging for Friedrich and Vicky. It alienated them further from conservative circles, providing more evidence for the accusation that they were dangerously liberal and out of touch with traditional German values. It gave ammunition to those who claimed that Vicky, with her British background, did not understand true German culture. And it demonstrated once again that Friedrich and Vicky were willing to stand for principles they believed were right, even when doing so brought them no political advantage and considerable social cost. Throughout these Crown Prince years, Friedrich and Vicky maintained their close partnership and their commitment to their shared political vision. They discussed German politics endlessly in the privacy of their apartments, analyzing every development, strategizing about how they might eventually influence events when Friedrich became emperor. They hosted salons and dinners where liberal-minded Germans could gather and discuss reform, creating a small circle of intellectuals and politicians who shared their constitutional ideals, even though they had little actual power to implement them. They also maintained extensive correspondence with political allies across Germany and Europe, building networks of like-minded reformers who might someday help transform German politics. Vicky wrote constantly to her mother, Queen Victoria, to her brother, the Prince of Wales, later Edward VII, and to various British politicians, keeping alive connections between Germany and Britain and trying to generate international support for liberal causes in Germany. Friedrich corresponded with German liberals in various states, encouraging their efforts and promising that when he became emperor, he would support constitutional reform. But these activities, while giving them purpose and maintaining their political engagement, could not change the fundamental reality. As long as Wilhelm III lived, and as long as Bismarck controlled German policy, Friedrich and Vicky were politically isolated and powerless. They were building networks and maintaining relationships against the day when Friedrich would inherit the throne. But that day seemed perpetually distant, always just over the horizon, but never quite arriving. The isolation was emotionally and psychologically difficult for both of them. Friedrich, as a man and as Crown Prince, might have expected to wield significant influence, to be consulted seriously on important matters, to have his military experience and political judgment respected. Instead, he found himself treated as an irrelevance, his opinions dismissed, his advice ignored. For someone who had genuine ideas about how Germany should be governed and who had spent decades preparing himself for leadership. This marginalization was deeply painful. Vicky suffered even more from the hostility and isolation. As a woman, she was not supposed to be involved in politics at all according to conservative German conventions. Her political engagement was viewed as inappropriate meddling. As a foreign woman trying to influence German affairs she did not understand, the fact that she was often right in her political judgments, that her analyses of situations frequently proved more accurate than those of the conservative establishment, only made matters worse by threatening male egos and challenging assumptions about female capabilities. The conservative press regularly published critical articles about the Crown Princess, questioning her loyalty to Germany, accusing her of putting British interests first, suggesting that she manipulated her weak husband. These attacks were deeply hurtful, especially since Vicky had devoted herself to her adopted country and genuinely believed that the reforms she advocated would make Germany stronger and better. She had given up her homeland, endured years of hostility, and worked tirelessly for German liberal causes, yet she was still treated as a suspicious foreigner who did not truly belong. Of all the challenges and heartbreaks that Friedrich and Vicky endured during the Crown Prince years, perhaps none was more painful than their relationship with their eldest son, Wilhelm, the boy who had entered the world in such trauma in January 1859, whose injured arm was a constant reminder of that difficult birth, grew into a young man who rejected almost everything his parents believed in and stood for. This estrangement between parents and son would have profound consequences not just for their family, but for all of Germany, and ultimately for all of Europe. Wilhelm's physical disability shaped his personality in ways that became increasingly troubling as he matured. Despite all the painful treatments Vicky subjected him to, his left arm remained essentially useless, withered and paralyzed, noticeably smaller than his right arm. For a boy growing up in Prussian military culture, where physical prowess and martial skill were the supreme measures of masculine worth, this disability was a source of constant shame and desperate overcompensation. Wilhelm developed an aggressive, domineering personality that masked deep insecurity about his own adequacy. He became obsessed with proving his strength and toughness, with demonstrating that his physical disability did not make him weak or inferior. He threw himself into military training with almost maniacal intensity, learning to ride horses despite his balance difficulties, practicing military drill until he could perform with his right arm what should have required two, pushing himself to exhaustion to prove he was as good as any able-bodied officer. But no amount of compensation could fully overcome Wilhelm's sense of being fundamentally defective. His arm was always there, a visible reminder of his inadequacy, an embarrassment he could never escape, and he blamed his mother. In his mind, Vicky was responsible for his disability. She had given him birth, and something in that birth had damaged him irreparably. He also resented the painful medical treatments she had subjected him to as a child, remembering them as torture inflicted by a mother who was ashamed of her crippled son and desperate to fix him. As Wilhelm grew into adolescence and young adulthood, his resentment expanded to encompass everything Vicky represented. Her Englishness became a target. Wilhelm developed an ambivalent, almost obsessive relationship with England, simultaneously craving British acceptance and resenting British power. Her liberalism disgusted him. Wilhelm increasingly embraced authoritarian political views, believing in the absolute authority of the monarch and the supreme importance of military strength. Her intelligence threatened him. Wilhelm was clever, but not as intellectually gifted as his mother, and her obvious superiority in this regard made him feel inadequate. Most painfully for Vicky, Wilhelm came to view her influence over Friedrich as emasculating. In Wilhelm's eyes, his father was too weak, too dominated by his English wife, not sufficiently committed to Prussian military values. Wilhelm idealized his grandfather Wilhelm III, seeing in the old emperor a model of masculine authority and strength. By contrast, he viewed Friedrich as disappointingly moderate, too inclined toward compromise and constitutional restraint, insufficiently willing to use the absolute power that monarchy conferred. Friedrich and Vicky tried desperately to educate Wilhelm about constitutional government and liberal values. They wanted him to understand that Germany needed political reform, that unlimited royal authority was dangerous and unstable, that respecting civil liberties and parliamentary rights would actually make monarchy stronger by giving it popular legitimacy. They hoped that if they could shape Wilhelm's thinking while he was still young, he might continue their work of gradual liberalization when he eventually inherited the throne. But Wilhelm was simultaneously being educated by conservative Prussian tutors who taught him very different lessons. These tutors emphasized the glory of absolute monarchy, the supreme importance of military power, the need for strong autocratic leadership. They taught him that his parents' liberal views were naive weakness, that constitutional limits on royal power were the first steps toward revolution and chaos, that Germany's strength lay in its military traditions and authoritarian efficiency rather than in British-style parliamentary democracy. Wilhelm found these conservative teachings much more appealing than his parents' liberal idealism. The military culture that surrounded him from birth resonated with something deep in his personality. The emphasis on hierarchy, obedience, and power spoke to his need to feel strong, despite his physical disability. The glorification of Prussian traditions appealed to his growing sense that he was more truly German than his half-English mother, and the message that he should rule as an autocrat rather than as a constitutional monarch flattered his ego and promised him the unlimited authority he craved. Otto von Bismarck recognized Wilhelm's rejection of his parents' values and deliberately cultivated the young prince. When Wilhelm was in his early 20s, Bismarck worked systematically to separate him from Friedrich and Vicky, offering himself as a mentor figure who could guide Wilhelm in proper Prussian statecraft. Bismarck met privately with Wilhelm, discussed politics with him, and subtly encouraged his contempt for his parents' liberal views. The Iron Chancellor saw Wilhelm as a potential weapon against the Crown Prince and Princess, a way to ensure that even when Friedrich eventually became emperor, Bismarck could maintain his political dominance through influence over the heir. Bismarck's strategy worked brilliantly. Wilhelm came to admire Bismarck as representing everything his parents lacked: ruthless political skill, willingness to use power without scruple, commitment to Prussian greatness rather than to abstract liberal principles. The relationship between Bismarck and Wilhelm would prove complex and ultimately would lead to Bismarck's downfall when Wilhelm became emperor and decided he did not want to share power with anyone. But during Friedrich and Vicky's Crown Prince years, Bismarck's cultivation of Wilhelm was simply another way of marginalizing and frustrating the liberal couple. The estrangement between Wilhelm and his parents deepened through the 1870s and 80s. Family gatherings became tense affairs, with Wilhelm barely concealing his contempt for his mother and his disappointment in his father. He made cutting remarks about English influence and liberal weakness. He associated openly with the most conservative elements at court, the military officers and aristocrats who were Friedrich and Vicky's political enemies. He seemed to go out of his way to demonstrate that he did not share his parents' values and would not continue their political program when he eventually inherited the throne. For Friedrich and Vicky, watching their eldest son embrace everything they opposed was heartbreaking. They had raised him with such hope, trying to prepare him to be an enlightened ruler, who would continue their work of reforming and liberalizing Germany. Instead, Wilhelm was becoming an autocrat in training, impatient with constitutional restraints, dismissive of parliamentary rights, convinced of his divine right to rule absolutely. Every conversation with Wilhelm reminded them that even if Friedrich eventually became emperor and had time to implement reforms, those reforms would likely be reversed by Wilhelm as soon as he inherited the throne. The personal pain of this estrangement was enormous. What parent can easily accept that their child has turned against everything they believe in and stand for? Vicky particularly suffered, as mothers often do when relationships with children break down. She had carried Wilhelm in her womb, endured terrible pain bringing him into the world, devoted years to raising him, subjected him to treatments that she truly believed would help him, and loved him with all the intensity of maternal affection. Yet he seemed to hate her, or at least to deeply resent her, and there was nothing she could do to bridge the gulf that had opened between them. Friedrich suffered differently, but no less intensely. As a father, he had hoped to pass on his values to his son, to see his life's work continued by the next generation. Instead, he saw Wilhelm rejecting his political philosophy entirely, embracing the authoritarian militarism that Friedrich believed was leading Germany down a dangerous path, and Friedrich worried about what Wilhelm's accession would mean for Germany's future. If Wilhelm became emperor while still holding such autocratic views, what would prevent him from making the kind of catastrophic policy errors that unchecked power enables? These worries would prove prophetic. Wilhelm II would rule Germany from 1888 to 1818, and his erratic, aggressive foreign policy would contribute significantly to the outbreak of World War I. His belief in his own infallibility, his refusal to listen to advice, his impulsive decision-making, and his conviction that he ruled by divine right with no need for constitutional restraints would lead Germany into catastrophe. Friedrich and Vicky's fears about Wilhelm were entirely justified, though they would not live to see just how disastrous his reign would become. But they did not ignore their other children. Charlotte, Victoria, Heinrich, Sophie, and Margaret all maintained much better relationships with their parents and shared at least some of their liberal sympathies. These children would marry into various European royal families, spreading Friedrich and Vicky's influence, if not their political legacy, across the continent. Heinrich would have a successful career in the German Navy. Sophie would become Queen of Greece. The daughters would maintain close relationships with their mother throughout her life. These children provided Friedrich and Vicky with some comfort and hope, even as Wilhelm broke their hearts. In January of 1887, Friedrich was 55 years old, still vigorous and active, with no serious health problems beyond the minor ailments common to middle age. He had spent nearly 3 decades as Crown Prince, waiting patiently, if not always happily, for his chance to finally become emperor and implement the reforms he had advocated his entire adult life. His father, Wilhelm I, was 90 years old and increasingly frail, clearly nearing the end of his long life. Everyone assumed that Friedrich's accession was finally imminent, that the long wait was almost over. Then Friedrich developed a persistent hoarseness. His voice became raspy and weak, as if he had a cold or had strained his vocal cords. At first, it seemed a minor problem, the kind of thing that would clear up with rest and perhaps some simple medical treatment. But as days passed and the hoarseness persisted, Friedrich sought medical attention. What began as an apparently minor throat irritation would develop into the medical and political drama that would dominate the final year of Friedrich's life and would ultimately kill him after only 99 days as emperor. Professor Karl Gerhardt, one of Berlin's most distinguished physicians and a professor at the University of Berlin, examined Friedrich's throat using a laryngoscope, a relatively new instrument that allowed doctors to see directly into the larynx. What Gerhard saw concerned him greatly. A pale red nodule was growing on Friedrich's left vocal cord. The growth was clearly abnormal, and its nature needed to be determined. Was it a benign polyp or something more dangerous? Gerhard attempted to remove the lesion using forceps, a procedure performed without anesthesia that was extremely painful and frightening. Friedrich endured the procedure with characteristic stoicism, but the attempt was only partially successful. Gerhard managed to grasp only a small fragment of tissue, not enough for proper pathological analysis, and the nodule itself remained intact. Having failed to remove the growth mechanically, Gerhard decided to try destroying it through galvanocautery, essentially burning it away with heated instruments. Over the following weeks, from January through May of 1887, Gerhard performed this painful cauterization procedure 13 separate times. Each session involved inserting instruments down Friedrich's throat and applying heat directly to the vocal cord tissue, burning away portions of the growth. The pain was intense, the experience traumatic. Friedrich's throat remained constantly raw and inflamed. Eating and drinking became difficult. His voice, already weakened by the initial hoarseness, deteriorated further from the repeated trauma of the treatments. Yet despite 13 cauterization sessions, the nodule stubbornly persisted. If anything, it seemed to be growing rather than shrinking. By May, it had become clear that Gerhard's treatment approach was not working. The growth remained on Friedrich's vocal cord. His voice was now barely more than a whisper, and the repeated treatments had accomplished nothing except causing pain and anxiety. Gerhard now faced a terrible dilemma. The nodule's resistance to treatment suggested it might be malignant, cancer. If so, time was critical, as laryngeal cancer could spread quickly to surrounding tissues and become incurable. Gerhard consulted with other leading German physicians, including Dr. Ernst von Bergmann, one of Prussia's most prominent surgeons and a pioneer in the new field of antiseptic surgery. They examined Friedrich together and reached a grim consensus. The Crown Prince almost certainly had cancer of the larynx, and he needed surgery immediately. The proposed operation was called a thyrotomy or laryngofissure, splitting open the thyroid cartilage to access the larynx and excise the tumor. This was extraordinarily dangerous surgery in 1887. Anesthesia, while it existed, was still primitive and risky, especially for operations on the throat and airway. The risk of the patient bleeding to death during surgery was high. The danger of post-operative infection, even with antiseptic techniques, was substantial, and the surgery had to be performed in an anatomical area crowded with blood vessels, nerves, and critical structures, where the slightest error could cause death or permanent disability. But even more frightening than the thyrotomy itself was the possibility that it might not be enough. If the cancer had already spread beyond the confines of the larynx into surrounding tissue, the only hope would be total laryngectomy, complete removal of the voice box. Patients who survived this operation, and many did not, would be left permanently unable to speak, breathing through a permanent hole in their neck for the rest of their lives. For a crown prince who would someday need to address parliaments, conduct diplomatic conversations, and command respect as emperor, such an outcome would be catastrophic, perhaps disqualifying him from ruling at all. Friedrich was 55 years old. He had waited his entire adult life to become emperor, endured decades of frustration and political isolation, maintained his liberal convictions despite constant opposition. Now, just when his 90-year-old father seemed finally near death, just when Friedrich's long-deferred opportunity seemed about to arrive, he faced the prospect of dying before he could ever rule. or of surviving but being left voiceless and potentially unable to fulfill his duties as emperor. The diagnosis also had immediate political implications. According to the family laws of the House of Hohenzollern, someone suffering from an incapacitating disease might not be able to occupy the throne. If Friedrich had terminal cancer, should he renounce his succession rights and allow the throne to pass directly to Wilhelm when the old emperor died? Conservative circles at court, who had never wanted liberal Friedrich to become emperor anyway, began quietly discussing this possibility. Some even suggested that it might be better for Germany if Friedrich did renounce, allowing Wilhelm to become emperor immediately, rather than having an invalid liberal occupy the throne briefly before being succeeded by the strong, conservative young prince. Vicky was devastated by the diagnosis and terrified by the proposed surgery. She could not bear the thought of losing Friedrich, or of seeing him undergo such dangerous mutilating surgery that might kill him or leave him unable to speak. She desperately sought alternatives, second opinions, any possibility that might avoid the drastic measures the German doctors recommended. She had spent 30 years with Friedrich as her partner in marriage and politics, her intellectual companion, her closest friend and ally. The thought of life without him was unbearable. In this moment of crisis and desperation, Vicky made a decision that would prove fateful and ultimately controversial. She contacted her mother, Queen Victoria, and asked her to recommend the finest throat specialist in Britain, someone who might offer hope that the German doctors could not provide. Victoria responded by suggesting Sir Morel Mackenzie, widely considered the most eminent laryngologist in England, and indeed one of the most distinguished throat specialists in all of Europe. Sir Morel Mackenzie was 50 years old in May of 1887, at the absolute peak of his professional career and reputation. He had founded the Hospital for Diseases of the Throat in London, the first medical institution in the world dedicated specifically to laryngological medicine. He had written the definitive medical textbook on diseases of the throat and nose, a work that was translated into multiple languages and used by physicians throughout Europe. His patient list included royalty, aristocrats, prominent politicians, famous singers and actors. Anyone with a throat problem who could afford the best medical care sought out Mackenzie. Mackenzie's reputation rested not just on his extensive clinical experience, but also on his advocacy for scientific precision in diagnosis. He believed in using the newest medical technologies and in basing treatment decisions on objective evidence rather than clinical impression alone. In the 1880s, the newest diagnostic technology for suspected cancer was microscopic examination of tissue samples, biopsy. While German physicians often relied on visual examination and clinical judgment to diagnose cancer, Mackenzie insisted on confirming the diagnosis microscopically before proceeding with major surgery. This methodological difference between British and German medical approaches would prove crucial in Friedrich's case. The German doctors, Gerhardt, Bergmann, and their colleagues, had seen countless throat tumors during their careers. They had developed extensive experience in recognizing malignancy based on how growths looked and behaved. They were confident, based on this clinical experience, that Friedrich's nodule was cancerous and that immediate surgery was necessary. From their perspective, waiting for microscopic confirmation was unnecessary delay that might cost the patient his life. But Mackenzie brought a different philosophy. He believed that clinical impression, no matter how experienced the observer, was not sufficient basis for major surgery that might kill the patient or leave him voiceless. Before subjecting the Crown Prince of Germany to thyrotomy or laryngectomy, Mackenzie wanted definitive microscopic proof that the growth was actually malignant. If the nodule turned out to be benign, then dangerous surgery would have been performed unnecessarily, potentially killing or disabling a patient who might have been cured with conservative treatment. In May of 1887, Mackenzie travelled to Berlin at Vicky's request to examine Friedrich and offer his expert opinion. He brought with him not just his considerable expertise, but also a different medical culture and a different set of assumptions about how diagnosis should be conducted. The meeting between Mackenzie and the German physicians was superficially cordial, but underlay with tension, as both sides suspected that the other's methods were inferior and potentially dangerous. Mackenzie examined Friedrich's throat carefully with a laryngoscope, observing the nodule that had resisted Gerhardt's attempts at removal and cauterization. He then did what he considered essential before recommending treatment. He took tissue samples for microscopic examination. Using instruments passed down Friedrich's throat, Mackenzie carefully removed 3 separate small pieces of tissue from different parts of the growth. Each sample was preserved and labelled for pathological analysis, but Mackenzie did not examine these samples himself. He was a clinician, not a pathologist. For microscopic analysis, he sent the tissue samples to Professor Rudolf Virchow, the most famous pathologist in Germany and arguably in the entire world. Virchow was 76 years old in 1887, a towering figure in medical science who had revolutionized the field of cellular pathology. He had identified and named numerous diseases. His textbooks were standard references. His scientific reputation was beyond question. If Virchow examined the tissues and found cancer cells, that would settle the matter definitively. Virchow received the tissue samples and examined them carefully under his microscope, studying the cellular structure and looking for the characteristic features that would identify malignancy. His analysis led to a conclusion that stunned everyone. He found no evidence of cancer. The tissue samples showed what Virchow called pachydermia verrucosa laryngis, essentially a thickening and hardening of the laryngeal epithelium, perhaps a precancerous condition, but not actual malignancy. There were abnormal cells, but they did not show the features that would definitively identify them as cancerous. Based on Virchow's pathological report, Mackenzie advised against immediate surgery. Why subject the Crown Prince to extraordinarily dangerous surgery with high risk of death or permanent disability if the growth was not actually cancerous? The nodule might be benign or at worst precancerous, something that could be monitored and treated conservatively rather than requiring immediate radical surgery. Mackenzie recommended that Friedrich should come to England for treatment under his supervision, that they should watch the growth carefully, and that surgery should be considered only if the nodule showed definite signs of malignancy. The German doctors were incredulous and angry. Professor Gerhardt, Dr. Bergmann, and their colleagues had seen the nodule with their own eyes. They had watched it resist all conservative treatment attempts. Based on decades of clinical experience, they were convinced that Friedrich had cancer and that delay would be fatal. They suspected that Mackenzie's biopsies had simply missed the cancerous portion of the tumour, sampling only benign tissue at its edges while leaving malignant cells in the centre undetected. They argued vehemently that the surgery scheduled for May the 21st should proceed as planned. Every day of delay allowed the cancer to grow and spread. If they operated now, there was a chance of curing Friedrich, or at least of prolonging his life significantly. If they waited and the cancer progressed, the opportunity for cure would be lost. Bergmann, the surgeon who would have performed the operation, was particularly adamant. He had prepared carefully for this surgery, and he believed he could successfully remove the growth and save the Crown Prince's life. But Mackenzie's opinion, backed by Virchow's pathological analysis, gave Friedrich and Vicky the hope they desperately wanted. Neither of them wanted to believe Friedrich had cancer. Neither wanted him to undergo surgery that might kill him or leave him voiceless. Vicky had never fully trusted the German medical establishment, suspecting that political considerations might influence their recommendations. If the German doctors wanted Friedrich dead or disabled so that conservative Wilhelm could become emperor sooner, what better way than to subject him to unnecessarily dangerous surgery? This suspicion was almost certainly unfair to the German physicians, who were genuinely trying to save their patient's life based on their best medical judgment. But Vicky's political paranoia, while unjustified, was psychologically understandable given the years of hostility and isolation she had endured at the Prussian court. She wanted to believe Mackenzie, and Virchow's report gave her scientific justification for her hopes. Friedrich, caught between conflicting medical opinions, chose to trust the British specialist and the world-renowned German pathologist over his German physicians. The surgery scheduled for May 21st was cancelled. Instead, Friedrich would travel to England to undergo treatment under Mackenzie's care, to rest his voice, and to see whether conservative measures might allow the nodule to heal without surgery. On June the 13th, Friedrich left Berlin for London, accompanied by Vicky and their 3 younger daughters, and by Dr. Gerhardt, who came along somewhat reluctantly to observe Mackenzie's treatment. It would be the last time Friedrich saw his father alive, though neither man knew it at the time. The old Emperor Wilhelm I remained in Berlin, 90 years old and increasingly frail, but still clinging to life, still performing his duties as emperor. Friedrich departed for England believing, or at least hoping, that he might yet escape the cancer diagnosis, that Mackenzie's conservative treatment might save him from surgery, that he might yet inherit the throne in good health, and have years to implement the reforms he had planned. In London, Friedrich attended Queen Victoria's Golden Jubilee celebrations, marking 50 years since she had ascended to the British throne. Despite his illness and his anxiety about the medical situation, Friedrich performed his ceremonial duties, appearing alongside his mother-in-law at various public events. The British press reported sympathetically on the Crown Prince's health problems, expressing hope that British medical care would cure him where German treatment had failed. On June the 29th, at Mackenzie's clinic on Harley Street in London, the British doctor performed another procedure to remove what he described as nearly the entire growth from Friedrich's larynx. The operation was presented as successful, with Mackenzie expressing optimism that removing the growth would allow Friedrich's throat to heal and his voice to recover. Friedrich then spent July recuperating with his family at Norris Castle on the Isle of Wight, a peaceful seaside residence where Queen Victoria sometimes stayed. The sea air and quiet surroundings were thought to promote healing, and for a few weeks, Friedrich felt somewhat better. In September, Mackenzie was knighted by Queen Victoria for his services to the Crown Prince, becoming Sir Morrel Mackenzie. He was also awarded the Grand Cross of the Order of Hohenzollern by the German government, despite the continuing suspicions of the German medical establishment. These honours marked him as a man who had saved a royal patient from unnecessary surgery, who had applied scientific rigour to diagnosis and had prevented a medical catastrophe. Yet even as Mackenzie accepted these accolades and Friedrich rested at the Isle of Wight, the situation was quietly deteriorating. The growth in Friedrich's throat, far from being cured by Mackenzie's June procedure, was returning and growing more aggressive. The temporary improvement Friedrich had felt was giving way to renewed symptoms. His voice was weakening again. Swallowing was becoming more difficult. The nodule that Mackenzie had supposedly removed was reappearing, larger and more threatening than before. By November of 1887, the terrible truth could no longer be avoided or rationalized away. Friedrich's throat condition had worsened dramatically over the autumn months. The growth had returned with a vengeance. No longer a small nodule, but an extensive mass that was spreading through his larynx and beginning to invade surrounding tissues. His voice had deteriorated to little more than a hoarse whisper. Eating was becoming increasingly painful and difficult. He was losing weight, growing visibly thinner as the tumour interfered with his ability to swallow properly. Mackenzie, examining his patient again in November, found unmistakable signs of malignancy that he could no longer dismiss or explain away. The tumour's rapid growth, its resistance to treatment, its invasion of surrounding tissue, all clearly indicated cancer. He had to admit, though he tried to do so as quietly as possible, that his original diagnosis had been wrong. Friedrich did indeed have laryngeal cancer, and it was now considerably more advanced than it had been 6 months earlier when surgery had first been proposed. Virchow was asked to examine another tissue sample. This time, confronted with more obviously malignant tissue, he acknowledged that the appearance was consistent with cancer, though he remained somewhat evasive about admitting that his original diagnosis had been incorrect. The great pathologist's reputation protected him from the full blame that might have fallen on a less distinguished figure. The assumption was that Mackenzie's original biopsies had simply sampled non-cancerous tissue by chance, missing the malignant cells that were presumably present all along. The reality was almost certainly more complex and more troubling. Friedrich probably did have laryngeal cancer from the beginning, as the German doctors had suspected, but it may have been a particular type called verrucous carcinoma, which can be extremely difficult to diagnose microscopically in its early stages because the cellular features are subtle and can resemble benign conditions. Virchow, using the diagnostic criteria available in 1887 and examining small tissue samples that may not have been fully representative, had made an honest mistake based on the best medical science of his era. But the consequence of this mistake was devastating. 6 months had been lost. 6 months during which the cancer had grown and spread. 6 months during which what might have been a curable tumour in May had become an advanced, probably incurable malignancy by November. If the thyrotomy had been performed as scheduled on May 21st, Friedrich might have been cured, or at least might have lived several more years. By November, the opportunity for cure had passed. The cancer was too extensive, too advanced, too deeply invasive to be removed surgically without killing the patient. The political implications of the confirmed cancer diagnosis were enormous and immediate. Friedrich's right to inherit the throne was now seriously questioned. According to Hohenzollern family law, someone suffering from an incapacitating disease might not be allowed to become emperor. There was discussion in conservative circles about whether Friedrich should be required to renounce his succession rights, passing the throne directly to Wilhelm. When the 90-year-old Wilhelm I finally died, Friedrich adamantly refused to consider renunciation. He had waited 30 years to become emperor. He had endured decades of frustration and political marginalization. He had maintained his liberal convictions and his commitment to reform despite constant opposition. He was not going to give up his chance to finally implement his political vision just because he was ill. If he could become emperor, even for a brief time, even if he was dying, he would do so. He would fulfill his duties for as long as he possibly could, and he would work to enact at least some of the reforms he believed Germany desperately needed. Vicky fully supported Friedrich's determination to claim the throne when his time came. She too had waited 3 decades for the opportunity to finally influence German politics, to work toward the liberal, constitutional Germany she and her father, Prince Albert, had envisioned. She was not going to accept being pushed aside by illness and conservative political maneuvering. Together, Friedrich and Vicky prepared for the reign they still believed they could have, even if it would be tragically brief. The German doctors, vindicated in their original diagnosis but too late to help their patient, were furious with Mackenzie. They blamed him for the delay that had almost certainly cost Friedrich his chance for cure. Medical journals in Germany published articles criticizing Mackenzie's methods and his judgment. German physicians accused him of incompetence, of excessive reliance on laboratory tests over clinical experience, of allowing a patient to die through diagnostic timidity. Mackenzie, in turn, tried to defend his approach. He argued that relying on Virchow's pathological analysis had been scientifically sound, that one cannot fault a physician for trusting the microscopic findings of the world's greatest pathologist. He pointed out correctly that cancer diagnosis from biopsies is not infallible, that negative biopsy results sometimes occur even when cancer is present, that the difficulty of his position should be recognized. He noted that early laryngeal surgery in 1887 had terrible survival rates, so his caution about recommending dangerous surgery was not unreasonable. But Mackenzie's defense could not restore his reputation or undo the damage. He had been brought in as the great expert who would save the Crown Prince where German doctors had supposedly failed. Instead, he had presided over a 6-month delay that had transformed a potentially curable cancer into a death sentence. Whether this was due to misfortune in sampling, to Virchow's diagnostic error, to Mackenzie's excessive caution, or to some combination of all three, the outcome was the same. Friedrich was dying, and the chance to save him had been lost. By February of 1888, Friedrich's condition had deteriorated to the point where emergency intervention became necessary. The tumor was now causing significant swelling in his throat, and the swelling was beginning to obstruct his airway. He was having increasing difficulty breathing, sometimes waking at night, gasping for air, struggling to get enough oxygen through his tumor-obstructed larynx. Without intervention, he would suffocate slowly and terribly, as the growing cancer completely blocked his windpipe. On February the 9th, 1888, Dr. Friedrich von Braumann, an associate of Ernst von Bergmann, performed an emergency tracheostomy on Friedrich. This procedure involved cutting an opening in the windpipe below the tumor and inserting a tube so that air could bypass the obstructed larynx and reach the lungs directly. It was a procedure that could save Friedrich's life by preventing suffocation, but it would also leave him breathing through an artificial opening in his neck for the rest of his life. The procedure was performed under terrible pressure and did not go well. Braumann, working on the Crown Prince of Germany while knowing that any mistake might kill him, had difficulty locating the proper place for the incision. The anatomy of the neck is complex, with vital structures crowded together, and Friedrich's swollen tissues made identification of landmarks even more difficult. Braumann missed the trachea on his first attempt, cutting into the wrong tissue. He then forced the cannula, the tube that would hold the airway open, into what he thought was the correct position, but it was not properly placed. Friedrich immediately began coughing violently, his body reflexively trying to expel the foreign object in his windpipe. Blood poured from the incision site, alarming quantities of blood that suggested Braumann had cut into a blood vessel or damaged the trachea itself. The Crown Prince's face turned red, then purplish, as he struggled to breathe through the improperly placed tube. Dr. Bergmann, who was present during the procedure, made a desperate decision. He thrust his finger into the wound in Friedrich's neck, forcibly enlarging the opening and trying to create better access to the trachea. The traumatic manipulation eventually worked in the sense that Friedrich could breathe again, that air was reaching his lungs, that the immediate crisis of suffocation was averted, but the crude intervention had caused significant tissue damage. The bleeding finally stopped after about 2 hours of pressure and desperate efforts to control it. But by then, the damage was done. An abscess had begun forming in Friedrich's neck, a collection of infected material that would require constant drainage and would cause unremitting discomfort for the remaining months of the Crown Prince's life. Friedrich would later ask in anguish, "Why did Bergmann put his finger in my throat?" It was a question that haunted him, a sense that the medical care supposed to save him had instead become another source of suffering and indignity. He felt, with considerable justification, that he had been ill-treated by the very doctors who should have been helping him. The botched tracheostomy would leave him with an abscess that drained pus constantly, that had to be cleaned and dressed multiple times daily, that smelled terrible, and served as a constant reminder of his illness and approaching death. From February of 1888 onward, Friedrich could no longer speak at all. The tracheostomy meant that air no longer passed through his larynx and vocal cords, making speech impossible. He communicated by writing notes on paper, a slow and frustrating process for someone who had been an eloquent speaker and who needed to convey complex thoughts quickly. Vicky learned to anticipate his needs and to interpret his written messages efficiently, but the inability to speak was a cruel additional burden for a man who was preparing to become emperor and who would need to exercise authority and leadership. The abscess in his neck required constant medical attention. It had to be drained regularly to remove the pus that accumulated, a painful and disgusting process. The area around the tracheostomy had to be cleaned meticulously to prevent further infection. The smell of the infected tissue and the draining pus was unpleasant for Friedrich and for everyone around him. He was constantly aware of the drainage, of the odor, of the physical deterioration that made him an object of medical attention rather than a healthy, vigorous leader. Yet even as his body betrayed him, Friedrich remained mentally sharp and determined to fulfill his duties. He continued to follow political developments, to read government documents, to prepare for the reign he still believed he could have when his father finally died. He spent hours with Vicky discussing what policies they would implement, what reforms they would try to enact, how they would use whatever time he had as emperor to advance the liberal cause they had championed for 3 decades. They were planning for a future that was already slipping away, but they could not admit defeat, could not surrender to the cancer that was killing Friedrich day by day. On March the 9th, 1888, at precisely 22 minutes past 8 o'clock in the morning, Kaiser Wilhelm II died in Berlin at the age of 90 years. The old emperor had finally succumbed to age and infirmity, ending a reign that had lasted 27 years as King of Prussia and 17 years as German emperor. His death had been expected for months, yet when it finally came, it sent shockwaves through the German political establishment and transformed Friedrich's situation completely and immediately. Within minutes of his father's death, Friedrich became Friedrich III, German Emperor and King of Prussia. But the new emperor was already dying himself. He was 56 years old, his throat destroyed by cancer that had spread throughout his larynx and into surrounding tissues. He could not speak above a whisper, communicating primarily through notes scribbled on paper with a pencil that trembled in his weakening hand. The tracheostomy tube protruded from the hole in his neck, the abscess around it constantly draining foul-smelling pus. He had lost considerable weight, his once robust frame now gaunt and skeletal. His face was pale and drawn with pain and exhaustion. Friedrich's son Wilhelm, now Crown Prince at age 29, telegraphed the news of his grandfather's death to his father, who was still in San Remo, Italy, where the milder Mediterranean climate was thought to be better for his deteriorating condition. The telegram was brief and formal, showing little of the emotion one might expect when informing a father that he has inherited an empire even as he lies dying. Wilhelm had already begun behaving as though he were emperor in waiting, impatient for his father's reign to end so that his own could begin. Friedrich immediately made preparations to return to Germany to assume his duties as emperor, despite his terrible physical condition and despite the advice of physicians who worried that the journey might kill him. The trip from San Remo to Berlin was arduous and painful, requiring several days of travel by train through changing climates and elevations. Every movement caused Friedrich discomfort. The jolting of the railway cars aggravated his pain. The abscess in his neck required constant attention from the medical staff traveling with him. Yet Friedrich was determined to fulfill his duties, no matter how briefly he might reign. He had waited 30 years for this moment, endured decades of frustration and political marginalization, maintained his liberal convictions despite constant opposition. He would not allow illness to prevent him from finally becoming the emperor he had prepared his entire life to be. He would rule for as long as his failing body permitted, and he would attempt to use whatever time he had to advance the reforms he believed Germany desperately needed. Accompanying Friedrich back to Germany was Vicky, now Empress Victoria, though she would not use that title officially since her mother-in-law Augusta was still alive as Empress Dowager and had priority in using the title. Also travelling with them was Sir Morrell Mackenzie, who remained with his royal patient despite the growing controversy over his role in the medical disaster, and various other physicians and attendants who would care for Friedrich during what everyone knew would be a very brief reign. The journey to Berlin was difficult beyond description. Friedrich was in constant pain, which even morphine could only partially relieve. He could eat almost nothing, as swallowing had become nearly impossible with the tumour blocking his throat. He subsisted on liquids and soft foods that could pass the obstruction, but even these caused discomfort. He was exhausted from lack of sleep, as the pain and the difficulty breathing kept him wakeful through long nights. Yet he persisted, driven by an iron will and a sense of duty that would not permit surrender. When Friedrich finally reached Berlin and assumed his position as emperor, he was already more ghost than man, a dying figure who nevertheless insisted on performing the ceremonial and governmental functions expected of a monarch. His first significant act as emperor occurred almost immediately upon his accession and revealed both his devotion to Vicky and his determination to honor her publicly after years of seeing her disrespected and marginalized. Friedrich took the ribbon and star of the Order of the Black Eagle, Prussia's highest honor, from his own jacket and pinned it on Vicky's dress. This gesture publicly honored her as empress and signaled his determination to give her the recognition and respect she had long been denied at the Prussian court. It was a small act, taking only moments, but it spoke volumes about their partnership and about Friedrich's respect for his wife's intelligence and political judgment. In conservative circles, the act was viewed with dismay as further evidence of Friedrich's unhealthy dependence on his English wife. Friedrich then proceeded to fulfill his ceremonial duties as emperor, despite his condition. He officially received Queen Victoria, his mother-in-law, who travelled from England to visit her dying son-in-law and to support her grieving daughter. The meeting between the elderly British Queen and the dying German Emperor was poignant and brief, both aware that they were unlikely to see each other again. Victoria was shocked by Friedrich's appearance, by how much the cancer and the failed treatments had destroyed the vigorous man she had known. Friedrich also received King Oscar II of Sweden and Norway and other visiting dignitaries who came to pay their respects to the new emperor and to assess his condition for themselves. He attended the wedding of his son Prince Heinrich to Princess Irene of Hesse, Friedrich's niece and also a granddaughter of Queen Victoria. Despite the pain it caused him to sit through the long ceremony, despite his inability to speak any words of congratulation or blessing, Friedrich fulfilled his duty to be present at his son's wedding. Throughout these ceremonial occasions, Friedrich communicated through written notes, his pencil scratching messages that aides would read aloud or deliver to recipients. It was a slow, frustrating process, stripping away the dignity and authority that verbal communication normally conveyed. Yet Friedrich persisted, refusing to let his inability to speak prevent him from exercising his imperial duties. More importantly than these ceremonial functions, Friedrich attempted to use his brief reign to implement meaningful political changes. On June 8, 1888, he forced Robert von Puttkamer to resign as Prussian Minister of the Interior. Puttkamer was an ultra-conservative who had interfered in Reichstag elections, essentially rigging them to favor conservative candidates and suppress liberal opposition. He represented everything Friedrich opposed about Prussian authoritarianism: the manipulation of democratic processes, the abuse of governmental power for partisan purposes, the contempt for genuine popular representation. Friedrich had been looking for an opportunity to remove Puttkamer for years, but as Crown Prince he had lacked the authority. Now finally Emperor, even if dying, he seized the chance. He presented evidence of Puttkamer's electoral interference to his father's ministers and demanded the resignation. It was a small victory for liberal principles, but an important symbolic act, demonstrating that Friedrich would use whatever power he possessed, however briefly, to advance the cause of clean government and honest elections. Friedrich had also drafted an edict before becoming emperor that would have fundamentally limited the powers of both the chancellor and the monarch under the constitution, moving Germany decisively toward constitutional monarchy along British lines. This document represented his political vision, the reforms he had dreamed of implementing for decades. It would have made the chancellor responsible to the Reichstag rather than to the emperor alone. It would have strengthened parliamentary authority over budgets and legislation. It would have protected civil liberties and limited the government's ability to suppress political dissent. But in the chaos of his illness and the brevity of his reign, this edict was never formally promulgated. Bismarck, still Chancellor and still commanding enormous political influence, ensured that the document disappeared into bureaucratic limbo. The reforms were never enacted. The constitutional transformation that Friedrich had envisioned never occurred. Germany would remain an authoritarian state with only the trappings of constitutional government, its emperor and chancellor wielding power that was checked only by their own restraint, rather than by legal limits. Dr. Bart Mackenzie later wrote that the emperor had an almost overwhelming sense of the duties of his position. Despite the constant pain, despite the humiliation of his condition, despite knowing he was dying and that his reign would be measured in weeks rather than years, Friedrich tried to be the emperor he had always hoped to become. He worked when he should have been resting. He attended to state business when he could barely hold a pen. He received visitors and presided over meetings when every moment caused him agony. He refused to give up, refused to let cancer rob him of his last chance to serve Germany and to advance the liberal cause. But the German ruling elite viewed Friedrich's reign as merely a brief interruption, an unfortunate delay before Wilhelm could take the throne and restore proper conservative rule. They waited impatiently for the liberal emperor to die so that the young, conservative crown prince could become Kaiser Wilhelm II. Bismarck especially made plans for how he would manage Wilhelm, already confident that the young man's vanity and conservatism would make him easier to manipulate than his troublesome father had ever been. The military establishment, the Junker aristocracy, the conservative politicians, all these forces that had opposed Friedrich for decades now simply marked time, attending to their duties perfunctorily while waiting for the inevitable. They attended imperial receptions and formal functions. They bowed to the dying emperor and murmured respectful words, but everyone understood that real power had already passed to those who would survive Friedrich's death. His reign was a tragic interlude, a might-have-been that was ending before it could truly begin. As May turned to June of 1888, Friedrich's physical condition deteriorated with terrible rapidity. The cancer was spreading relentlessly through his throat and neck. The tumor was now visible externally, distorting the shape of his neck and creating grotesque swellings that were impossible to hide. He had lost so much weight that his clothes hung loosely on his skeletal frame. His face was gaunt and pale, the skin stretched tight over the bones, his eyes sunken but still alert and aware of everything happening around him. The pain was constant and terrible, a grinding agony that even increasing doses of morphine could not fully suppress. The tumor was pressing on nerves, causing shooting pains that made Friedrich gasp and clench his fists. The abscess in his neck continued to drain, requiring constant medical attention and filling the air with the smell of infection and decay. Eating was nearly impossible. Friedrich could manage only liquids and the softest foods, swallowing with great difficulty and obvious pain. He was slowly starving to death, even as the cancer consumed him. Breathing became increasingly labored despite the tracheostomy tube. The cancer was growing around and into the artificial airway, threatening to obstruct it. Friedrich would sometimes wake in the night struggling for air, panicking as he felt suffocation approaching, his hands clawing at his throat until nurses could calm him and adjust the tube. These episodes terrified him and exhausted Vicky, who spent her nights at his bedside, listening for any change in his breathing that might signal a crisis. Vicky remained with Friedrich constantly during these final weeks, caring for him with tender devotion despite the horror of watching him die by inches. She changed the dressings on his neck wound. She helped him write messages when his hands trembled too much to hold the pencil steadily. She read to him when he was too exhausted to read for himself. She held his hand and spoke softly to him of their life together, of their children, of the dreams they had shared even though most had gone unfulfilled. Their children visited regularly, though these visits were painful for everyone. Charlotte, Victoria, Heinrich, Sophie, and Margarete came to sit with their dying father, trying to find words of comfort that seemed inadequate to the terrible reality they were witnessing. They saw their father, once tall and strong, a field marshal who had commanded armies, reduced to a fragile invalid who could not speak, who struggled to breathe, who was visibly dying before their eyes. Wilhelm also visited, though his visits were marked by a cold formality that must have hurt Friedrich deeply. The Crown Prince seemed more concerned with preparing for his own reign than with comforting his dying father. He asked about governmental matters and succession procedures rather than offering filial affection. He conferred with Bismarck about policies and appointments rather than spending time at his father's bedside. Wilhelm was already emperor in all but name, waiting impatiently for the technicality of his father's death to make it official. The emotional pain of Wilhelm's coldness added to Friedrich's physical suffering. A man dying in agony deserves at least the comfort of knowing his children love him. But Friedrich could not even have that small consolation from his eldest son. He must have wondered what he had done wrong in raising Wilhelm, how the earnest boy he and Vicky had tried to educate in liberal values had become this cold, authoritarian young man who could barely conceal his eagerness for his father to die. As June progressed, Friedrich grew steadily weaker. He spent more time in bed, lacking the strength to rise and dress even when important visitors were announced. He dozed fitfully, exhausted but unable to sleep properly because of the pain and breathing difficulties. When awake, He sometimes stared at the ceiling with an expression of profound sadness, contemplating perhaps the waste of his life, the reforms never enacted, the Germany that might have been if only he had lived. Dr. Mackenzie remained with Friedrich to the end, though his presence had become more burden than help. The British doctor's reputation was in ruins, his methods discredited, his judgment questioned. German physicians barely spoke to him, viewing him as the foreign charlatan who had killed the emperor through incompetence. Yet Mackenzie stayed, perhaps out of professional duty, perhaps out of guilt, perhaps hoping somehow to redeem himself, though redemption was impossible. Vicky, watching her husband die, experienced a complex mixture of grief, exhaustion, and bitter frustration. She was losing her partner of 30 years, her closest friend, her political ally, the man she had loved since she was 14 years old. But she was also watching the destruction of all their hopes and dreams, the definitive end of any chance to reform Germany along liberal lines, the victory of Bismarck and the conservatives who had opposed them for 3 decades. She knew that when Friedrich died, her own position would become even more precarious. Wilhelm disliked her intensely and would strip away whatever influence and protection Friedrich's position as emperor had provided. She would become the Dowager Empress, formally respected but politically irrelevant, isolated in widowhood and increasingly marginalized by her hostile son. The future held only loneliness and grief, with no possibility of achieving the political goals that had motivated her entire adult life. Yet through all the suffering and all the dashed hopes, Vicky never left Friedrich's side. She remained his companion to the end, as she had promised 30 years earlier when they married. Their love had sustained them through decades of political frustration and court hostility. It would sustain them now through these final terrible days. On June the 15th, 1888, at 11:30 in the morning, Friedrich III died at the new palace in Potsdam. He was 56 years old. He had been German Emperor and King of Prussia for exactly 99 days, from March the 9th to June the 15th. His entire life, 56 years of education and preparation, military service and political engagement, waiting and hoping, had led to 3 months and 6 days of voiceless, pain-racked reign, before death finally released him from suffering. The end came relatively peacefully compared to the agony that had preceded it. Friedrich's breathing had become increasingly shallow through the morning, his exhausted body finally giving up the struggle to draw air through the cancer-obstructed passages. Vicky sat beside the bed holding his hand, watching his face for signs of awareness or distress. The children who were present gathered around, witnesses to their father's passing. Friedrich died without being able to speak any final words, without the ability to offer blessings to his children or messages of love to his wife. The cancer had stolen his voice months earlier, and death came silently, marked only by the cessation of his labored breathing and the stillness that settled over his wasted frame. Vicky bent over him, tears streaming down her face, and kissed his forehead in a final goodbye to the man who had been everything to her. Within moments of Friedrich's death, so quickly that it seemed almost indecent in its haste, Wilhelm II became the new German emperor. The 29-year-old Wilhelm was proclaimed Kaiser immediately, and he began issuing orders and making decisions before his father's body was even cold. The speed with which power transferred demonstrated what everyone had known. Friedrich's reign had been viewed as a temporary inconvenience, and now that it was over, Germany could get back to the business of being governed by a proper conservative monarch. One of Wilhelm's first acts as emperor was to order the new palace surrounded by guards with instructions to prevent anyone from leaving and to search anyone who tried to depart. He was looking for documents, specifically any papers that Friedrich might have prepared about governmental reforms or that might contain criticisms of Wilhelm or Bismarck or conservative policies. Wilhelm wanted to ensure that nothing embarrassing to the new regime could be smuggled out of the palace and possibly published. Guards searched the rooms where Friedrich had lived and died, going through desks and cabinets, confiscating papers and letters. They searched the belongings of Friedrich's staff and attendants. The home of Friedrich's legal advisor was raided. Anyone associated with the dead emperor came under suspicion as potentially possessing dangerous documents. It was a shameful beginning to Wilhelm's reign, treating his father's memory with such disrespect and his mother with such suspicion. Vicky, now officially Empress Frederick to distinguish her from her mother-in-law Empress Dowager Augusta, was devastated not only by grief but by this treatment. She had just lost her husband after watching him die slowly and painfully over many months. Now, in her fresh widowhood, she was being treated as a potential enemy of the state. Her rooms searched, her correspondence scrutinized, her every action monitored. Wilhelm made clear through these actions that he did not trust his mother and that she would have no influence or voice in his government. Friedrich's body was prepared for burial according to elaborate royal protocols. He was dressed in his field marshal's uniform, the same uniform he had worn through 3 wars, and placed in a coffin draped with the imperial standard. His face in death finally looked peaceful, freed from the pain that had tortured him for so many months. The cancer that had destroyed his throat and stolen his voice could no longer hurt him. The funeral was held shortly afterward at the Friedenskirche in Potsdam, the beautiful church where many Hohenzollern rulers had been laid to rest. The ceremony was solemn but relatively brief, without the elaborate pageantry that had marked some previous royal funerals. Wilhelm seemed eager to conclude the formalities and move on to his own reign, rather than dwelling on his father's brief, tragic time as emperor. Vicky did not attend the main public ceremony in the church. Protocol and grief combined to make her absence appropriate. Widows of that era often did not attend their husbands' funerals, but mourned privately instead. She held a private memorial service at the Bornstedt Crown Estate, a quieter ceremony where she could grieve without the glare of public attention and without having to endure Wilhelm's cold formality. Friedrich was laid to rest in a special mausoleum attached to the Friedenskirche, a structure that would become known as the Kaiser Friedrich Mausoleum. His tomb features a marble sarcophagus with his image carved atop it, a peaceful effigy of the emperor in repose. The memorial bears silent witness to a life of unfulfilled potential, to dreams of reform that died with their champion, to 99 days that could not be enough. The inscription and the placement of the tomb spoke to what might have been. Here lay an emperor who had ruled only briefly, but who had represented hope for a different Germany, a more liberal and constitutional path that the nation had rejected in favor of Wilhelmina authoritarianism. Visitors to the mausoleum could contemplate the tragedy of a good man who had tried to use power wisely and well, but who had been given so little time to achieve anything lasting. Even after Friedrich's death and burial, the controversy over his medical treatment continued with intensity and bitterness. The German doctors, who had originally diagnosed cancer and recommended immediate surgery in May of 1887, published an official account of Friedrich's illness. This document, Die Krankheit Kaiser Friedrich des Dritten, the illness of Kaiser Friedrich III, essentially blamed Mackenzie for the emperor's death, arguing that the 6-month delay in treatment had transformed a potentially curable cancer into a fatal one. The German medical establishment's position was clear. If the thyrotomy had been performed as scheduled on May 21st, 1887, Friedrich might have been cured, or at minimum might have lived several more years. Even if total laryngectomy had proven necessary, that operation might have saved his life, leaving him voiceless but alive. By November, when the cancer was finally confirmed, the opportunity for cure had been lost. The cancer had spread too far, had become too extensive and invasive to be removed surgically without killing the patient. Mackenzie, his reputation destroyed and facing potential professional sanctions, wrote a lengthy defense of his actions. His book, The Fatal Illness of Friedrich the Noble, ran over 250 pages and attempted to justify every decision he had made. He argued that relying on Virchow's pathological analysis had been scientifically appropriate and medically sound. He pointed out that cancer diagnosis from biopsies was not infallible, that negative results sometimes occurred even when cancer was present, that the situation had been genuinely difficult and ambiguous. Mackenzie also noted that early laryngeal surgery in 1887 had terrible survival rates. Many patients died from the surgery itself or from post-operative complications like infection and hemorrhage. His caution about recommending such dangerous surgery without definitive proof of malignancy was not, he insisted, unreasonable timidity, but appropriate medical conservatism based on realistic assessment of surgical risks. But Mackenzie's defense could not restore his reputation or salvage his career. He was censured by the Royal College of Surgeons for publishing the book, as medical ethics of that era forbade physicians from publicly discussing their patients' cases in ways that might be seen as self-promotion or as violating patient confidentiality. German medical journals published scathing reviews of his book, dismissing his arguments and reinforcing the narrative that he was an incompetent charlatan who had killed the German emperor through diagnostic failure. Mackenzie spent his remaining years in bitter isolation, his once brilliant career in ruins, his name forever associated with one of the most famous medical controversies of the 19th century. He died in February of 1892, only 4 years after his royal patient, his health broken and his reputation irrevocably damaged. History has been kinder to Mackenzie than his contemporaries were, recognizing that he made honest errors based on the best medical science available to him. But the damage to his career and his legacy was permanent. Rudolf Virchow, by contrast, largely escaped blame despite his misdiagnosis. As a German patriot who had served in the Frankfurt Parliament and fought for liberal causes, he was given the benefit of the doubt by his countrymen. His immense scientific reputation provided protection from the full blame that might have fallen on a less distinguished pathologist. The assumption was that Mackenzie's biopsies had sampled non-cancerous tissue by chance, providing Virchow with specimens that were genuinely benign, even though malignant tissue existed elsewhere in the tumor. Modern medical analysis of the case, conducted by physicians and historians examining the documented evidence, suggests the truth was complex. Friedrich almost certainly did have laryngeal cancer from the beginning, as the German clinicians suspected based on their experience and observation, but it was likely verrucous carcinoma, a particular subtype that can be extraordinarily difficult to diagnose microscopically in early stages because the cellular abnormalities are subtle and can closely resemble benign conditions. Virchow, examining small tissue samples using the microscopic techniques and diagnostic criteria available in 1887, probably made an honest diagnostic error. The specimens may have included early cancer cells, but those cells did not display the obvious malignant features that would have made diagnosis straightforward. By the time the diagnosis became unmistakable in November, the cancer had progressed to a stage where the cellular changes were obvious under the microscope, but also to a stage where cure was no longer possible. The medical controversy surrounding Friedrich's death had lasting impacts on medical practice. Laryngeal biopsy as a diagnostic technique was largely abandoned for decades afterward, viewed as unreliable given the high-profile Mackenzie-Virchow failure. This actually represented a step backward in medical progress, as biopsy would later prove invaluable for cancer diagnosis once pathological techniques improved. The case highlighted the dangers of allowing politics to intrude into medical decision-making, as the political implications of Friedrich's diagnosis created pressures and suspicions that interfered with sound medical judgment. For Vicky, the years after Friedrich's death were marked by grief, isolation, and continued conflict with Wilhelm. She found herself unable to remain in the palaces where she had lived during her marriage, as the memories were too painful and Wilhelm's hostility made her presence uncomfortable. She purchased property in Kronberg im Taunus and built a new residence, a castle that she named Friedrichshof in honor of her late husband. The construction of Friedrichshof was financed partly by an unexpected inheritance. Maria de Brignol-Sal, Duchess of Galliera, a wealthy Italian noblewoman, died and left Vicky several million marks in her will. This financial independence allowed Vicky to build her own residence and to maintain a household and court separate from Wilhelm's. At Friedrichshof, Vicky created a refuge where she could preserve Friedrich's memory and maintain connections with liberal-minded Germans who had shared their political vision. Despite Wilhelm's attempts to marginalize her completely, Vicky could not be entirely silenced or forgotten. She remained a princess of Great Britain and the widow of a German emperor. She formed her own circle of friends and supporters, people who had admired Friedrich and who shared his liberal sympathies. She kept alive the memory of what Germany might have become if her husband had lived and reigned longer, if liberal reform had been given a chance, if blood and iron had not triumphed so completely over constitutional principles. In late 1898, Vicky began experiencing symptoms that would lead to a devastating diagnosis. She had breast cancer, and it was inoperable by the medical standards of that era. For the next 3 years, she battled the same disease that had killed her husband, though manifesting in a different organ. By autumn of 1900, the cancer had metastasized to her spine, causing excruciating pain and gradually paralyzing her lower body. Knowing she was dying and fearing that Wilhelm would seize her personal papers after her death, Vicky arranged a secret operation to smuggle her most important correspondence out of Germany. Frederick Ponsonby, her godson and private secretary to her brother King Edward VII, visited Kronberg in February of 1901. In a dramatic covert operation, he managed to transport Vicky's letters, particularly her extensive correspondence with her mother, Queen Victoria, back to Britain, ensuring they would be preserved and eventually published to tell her side of the story. These letters would later be edited by Ponsonby and published in 1928, providing historians with invaluable insight into Vicky's thoughts and experiences during her years in Germany. They reveal her intelligence, her political acumen, her frustrations with Prussian conservatism, and her devotion to Friedrich. They also show the immense emotional toll of living for decades as a political outsider in a hostile court, working toward goals that were never achieved. Empress Frederick died at Friedrichshof on August 5, 1901, less than 7 months after the death of her mother, Queen Victoria. She was 60 years old, the same age at which her husband had died 13 years earlier. She was buried beside Friedrich in the mausoleum at Potsdam, their marble effigies lying side by side for eternity, reunited in death, the liberal couple who had tried to change Germany and had failed, but who had never abandoned their principles or their partnership. Friedrich III's legacy is inseparable from one of history's most haunting questions. What would have happened if he had not contracted throat cancer? What if he had become emperor at age 56 in good health, with potentially 10 or 15 years to implement reforms before Wilhelm succeeded him. Could he have prevented the catastrophes that followed? World War I, the collapse of the German Empire, the rise of Nazism, World War II? Or would the structural forces shaping European politics have produced similar outcomes regardless of who ruled Germany? Many historians believe Friedrich's early death represented a turning point in German and European history. If he had lived and reigned for a substantial period in good health, they argue, he might have gradually moved Germany toward constitutional monarchy along British lines. He could have reduced the Chancellor's power, making that office responsible to the Reichstag rather than to the Emperor alone. He might have strengthened civil liberties, protected freedom of press and assembly, and created a political culture that valued compromise and consensus rather than authoritarian command. Such a Germany, these historians suggest, might have been less militaristic and aggressive in its foreign policy. Friedrich understood war's costs better than the generals and theorists who glorified it. His experience commanding armies in 3 wars had taught him that military force was a terrible last resort, not a first option. He might have pursued more cautious, less confrontational diplomacy, avoiding the escalating tensions and alliance commitments that made World War I nearly inevitable by 1914. Some historians go further, arguing that a liberal, constitutional Germany under Friedrich might have prevented not just the First World War, but also the rise of Adolf Hitler and the Second World War. They contend that Germany's descent into Nazism resulted partly from its authoritarian political culture, its weak democratic institutions inherited from the Kaiserreich, and its susceptibility to militaristic appeals. If Friedrich had lived to establish stronger liberal foundations, if Germany had developed robust parliamentary traditions and genuine constitutional government, the political soil might have been less fertile for fascism's growth. Other historians are more skeptical of these counterfactual scenarios. They point out that Friedrich, for all his liberal sympathies, remained a product of Prussian military culture. He had commanded armies in 3 wars of conquest. He accepted hierarchical social structures and aristocratic privilege. His liberalism was moderate, not revolutionary. He wanted constitutional monarchy, not democracy, reformed autocracy, not popular sovereignty. Even if Friedrich had become emperor in good health, these skeptics argue, he would have faced enormous opposition from conservatives in the military, bureaucracy, Junker aristocracy, and Bismarck's political machine. The Chancellor was a formidable opponent who had defeated liberal challenges before. Could Friedrich have overcome such resistance? Did he possess the political will and tactical skill to outmaneuver Bismarck and force through reforms against determined conservative opposition? His record as Crown Prince, when he consistently yielded to authority rather than fighting publicly for his convictions, suggests he might have been too cautious, too willing to compromise, to achieve radical political transformation. Moreover, some historians argue that larger structural forces were pushing Europe toward world war, the alliance system that divided the continent into armed camps, imperial rivalries in Africa and Asia, nationalist tensions in the Balkans, the arms race in naval and military power. These factors might have produced catastrophic war regardless of who ruled Germany. One man, even an emperor with Friedrich's values, might slow or accelerate such trends, but could not single-handedly prevent them. What seems indisputable is that Friedrich III represented a road not taken, a possibility foreclosed by disease and death. He was the liberal emperor who never got the chance to truly govern, the reformer whose reforms died with him, the peacemaker whose death left Germany in the hands of his militaristic son. Whether he would have succeeded in transforming Germany must remain speculation. but his story stands as a poignant reminder that individual lives and choices matter in history, that contingency and accident can shape nations' destinies. Friedrich is remembered in various ways across Germany and beyond. Churches were built in his honor, including the Kaiser Friedrich Gedächtniskirche in Berlin. The Kaiser Friedrich Museum, though later renamed the Bode Museum, still houses art collections that Friedrich helped acquire during his cultural patronage work. Mount Frederick William in Canada bears his name. His opposition to anti-Semitism and support for civil rights marked him as morally ahead of his time. The British historian and politician Thomas Carlyle supposedly called Friedrich the Barbarossa of German liberalism, comparing him to Frederick Barbarossa, the legendary medieval emperor, but emphasizing his liberal political values rather than military conquests. The nickname captured both Friedrich's noble aspirations and the ultimately legendary, almost mythical quality of the liberal Germany he hoped to create, but never could. Friedrich's 99-day reign stands as one of history's great tragedies, not because he accomplished so much that was destroyed, but because he accomplished so little of what he might have achieved if given time. It is a story of potential unfulfilled, of dreams unrealized, of a good man who tried to use power wisely, but who was denied the opportunity to succeed or fail on his own terms. His life teaches us that waiting for power does not guarantee the chance to exercise it, that illness and death can intervene at the cruelest moments, that the best laid plans can be destroyed by factors beyond human control. It reminds us to value the time we have, to work toward our goals with urgency because tomorrow may not come, to recognize that life's brevity makes principled action all the more important. And so, dear sleepy listener, we come to the end of Friedrich's story, this tale of the 99-day emperor who might have changed history. As you drift towards sleep, let the details of dates and battles, politics and medical controversies fade away. What remains is simpler and more human. Think of a man who valued education and culture as much as military glory. Remember a husband who loved his wife and honored her publicly when others scorned her. See a father trying desperately to raise his children with values he believed would make them better people and better rulers. Picture a soldier who won victories but hated war, who treated enemies with compassion, who never forgot that warriors were human beings. Recall a prince who spent 30 years preparing to rule, learning and thinking and planning, only to be given 99 voiceless days before death claimed him. Imagine the frustration of watching Bismarck build a Germany you could not recognize, of seeing your liberal dreams dismissed as naive weakness, of knowing your son would undo anything you managed to accomplish. Yet through all the disappointments and all the suffering, Friedrich maintained his principles. He stood against anti-Semitism when it was politically costly. He worked for cultural enrichment when military matters were valued more highly. He tried to limit authoritarian power, even when he could wield that power himself. He remained to the end the man his mother's liberal education and his university years had shaped him to be. The marble effigy in Potsdam shows him at peace, finally freed from the pain that tortured his last year. Beside him lies Vicky, the English princess who loved him and shared his dreams. Together they rest, the liberal couple who tried to change Germany and could not, but who loved each other truly and stood for principles they believed were right, even when standing gained them nothing. History remembers them not for what they accomplished, but for what they represented. Hope for a gentler, more constitutional Germany that might have avoided the catastrophes of the 20th century. That Germany remained a dream, never quite real, always just beyond reach like Friedrich's voice in his final months, present but inaudible, desperately wanted but impossibly distant. So sleep now, gentle listener. and let these old sorrows and old questions rest. Friedrich waited 30 years and ruled 99 days. The dreams he carried died with him. But the story of his life reminds us that trying to do right has value even when we fail. That principle matters even when power eludes us. That love and partnership can sustain us through decades of frustration. Let the whispers of 19th century Prussia fade to silence. Let the Kaiser Friedrich mausoleum dissolve into peaceful darkness. Let the 99 days and the 30-year wait and all the might-have-beens drift away like morning mist. Rest well, dear listener. May your dreams be gentler than Friedrich's reality. May you wake refreshed, remembering only that once there lived a German prince who tried to be good and wise, who loved deeply and suffered greatly, and who deserves to be remembered with kindness. Good night, and sleep peacefully.